Alright, so, hello. Uh, First thing, I'm not on these, like, new game selector. I just want to show you guys one real quick thing before I start. You'll notice that when I hit new game, this is asking me if I want the rumble feature, and then it sends me right into the game itself. 1J actually has no difficulty selection. So, yeah. No picking that, just picking if I want Rumble or not, and then it's set to go. And I see people asking about install. Yes, this game can be installed on a hard drive if you had one for a fat PS2. It assumes to save load times, but nobody's actually ever tested it, so we don't know that for sure. But we're just gonna go ahead and start right up. I actually think the original Final Mix also had the option to install as well. But this is Kingdom Hearts 1 Japanese, KH1J, or just 1J in general. Uh, it is the very first Kingdom Hearts game ever released in March 2002 for Japan, 6 months before America got it. Uh, it's definitely an interesting one. uh, it's very different from pretty much every other version of the game out there. A lot of really weird things about it. But basically, yeah, there's so many difficulties, so many differences in this game from all the other ones. I've got a ton of them to talk about, so it's it's gonna be. I have plenty to talk about during all the cutscenes, for example. But basically, yeah, the first major one is that there is no difficulty select at the start. Unlike KH1, where you had normal and expert, or Final Mix, you had beginner, proud, standard, all that. They didn't have a difficulty option for this. A lot of people tend to ask how easy or hard is it. I actually think, based on my experience playing all of them, that it's probably the second easiest only to beginner. You end up doing a lot of damage by end game. For some reason, you do damage that almost exceeds beginner mode, for crying out loud. So it's very interesting how this game scales. It starts off comparable to like normal or standard, and then right into basically damage that's equal to beginner. Another thing is, yeah, like every PS2 version of this game, there is no cutscene skips. So buckle up. It's going to be 5.5 hours of some cutscenes and a lot of me talking. So, Final Mix did have cutscene skip, the original Final Mix did, but only if you had died to a fight. So, a lot of cutscenes going on here. But if you've never seen them in Japanese, you've never heard the Japanese Disney actors and actresses, some of them are pretty comical, I'll just go ahead and say that. A few of them are pretty good, so you get to hear a few of them early on. But to be quite honest, the first 50 minutes of this game is a lot of cutscenes. A lot of them, basically. There's probably, I want to say, about 30 out of the first 20 minutes is cutscenes in the first 50 minutes. Overall, it's about 2.5 hours of cutscenes for the run. So, about half the run is roughly cutscenes, I want to say. That's a little high. It's probably less than that, maybe closer to like 220, but about 220, 2.5 hours worth of cutscenes through the duration of the run, so there are a bunch of them in there. They're really heavy in the beginning part of the run, like I said. Up through Destiny Islands, it's going to be a lot of me kind of talking about the game and what makes it so interesting, just because there is just a lot of downtime early on. I do have the RPG chat open, so hello chat, I can see all of you. I am solo commentating this for the entire 5.5 hours that we're going to be here. So I may miss a few things here and there. I'm going to try to explain fights, kind of before they happen, after they happen, whatever I can do during them. So if I do miss anything, or you guys have any questions about what I'm doing or anything like that, just feel free to ask, or really about anything in general, because like I said, we're going to have some downtime, so... Here in the beginning, we're going to do sword route. We're going to take sword and give up shield, which is pretty much what you do for the majority of KH runs, aside from, I think beginner and level 1 in Final Mix are the only times that you don't take sword, so. Take Sword, give up Shield. Sword gives us a pretty good ability tree for this run. It gives us a really critical ability by Halloween Town. We get Berserk right before we enter Halloween Town, which allows us to do a pretty interesting strat on Oogie. So, yeah, one of the some people asking like, why would I want to do this with the cutscenes? The cutscenes are pretty comfy. It does make for a really relaxing run. A lot of breaks in between if you need it, and also the game itself is just so interesting because of how, just how different it is from all the other releases. Even though some of the cutscenes do get a little tiring, but I don't mind them that much. Pretty much the intro here is just about the same as any other run of KH1 that you're going to see. Just beat up some shadows, answer some questions, and stomp on Darkside. So nothing really super different yet. You'll start to see the differences actually after Guard Armor. The route diverges a little bit because of an exclusive, I don't want to say glitch, but it's an exclusive route that only is available to the PS2 versions of this game and 1.5 English. You'll see that when it happens, but before then, it's pretty standard for every 1.5 or KH1 run. Can I explain the entire story and the run as I go? That one's going to be a little interesting. Not quite sure I can do that entirely, but one of the big differences, aside from the no difficulty selection like you saw in the beginning, or like the damage output that we have, is experience has also changed. For some reason, this game gives you a little bit more experience, I believe. Again, why? I don't know. There's a lot of things that this game did that just they decided to either change or balance a bit better in later games. So a lot of really just bizarre things like that, but yeah. Through this door, of course, we're gonna have the questions that we need to answer. We take the Dawn experience route for this. If you don't know, Dawn basically allows you to gain levels faster for like, I don't know, I think the first 50 or so, I want to say. The first 50 or so levels, you actually level up quicker if you take Dawn route, whereas Night route, you actually level up faster afterwards, like towards, as you get closer to level 100. And then there's Midday, which is just kind of right in the middle of both. We're going to go for the hardest trick in the run here, which is air comboing this barrel, and I didn't get it. Still didn't get it, so now we're going to stop fooling around. Also, a difference that you'll notice is in Zetrus's final mix run yesterday, you notice that he was able to do things like open chests or interact with people using the triangle button. That was actually a change for 1.5. All the other versions of KH1, you had to interact with people through the command menu. Either talk would replace the attack option, and then any kind of like interaction with a chest or an object was actually at the very bottom of the menu. So a little different there, but yeah, no reaction commands does make it kind of ugly in some places. It takes a little bit to get used to it, but all in all, it's not too shabby, I would say. Alright, so upcoming here we've got Shadows 2. These guys can be as annoying or cooperative as they want to be. They do like to get in the way a little bit, so I'm going to try to get out of the way early on to let as many of them kind of clump in the center as I can, to try to hit as many of them as I can with my first combo to kind of eliminate them spreading out too much. So hopefully they kind of behave a little bit here. Didn't go quite that good. Try to loop around him here, get as many of them in front of me as I can. There we go. That's not that bad. Ah, right in the save point. Nifty. Also, of course, on top of the no reaction commands, the camera is controlled with the L2 and R2 buttons in this version as well, so that takes a little getting used to if you're used to 1.5. And actually, speaking of the camera, right there, I'm going to turn on manual camera. Manual camera basically prevents the camera from moving too much. Like, see, it's not auto-correcting behind me. I can kind of go up here at an angle or anything, you know. Basically gives me free control over the position of the camera, so this game is notorious for misbehaving with its camera. It really likes to force it on really terrible, terrible angles a lot. So by putting on manual camera, I try to take back as much of that control as I can to really kind of make it a bit easier for me to see where I'm going and to do some jumps. So now we're gonna fight Darkseid. Pretty standard fight. Sometimes it's faster to die to him, like if you're playing level 1, it's faster to die to him, but we still don't take that much damage here, so not worth it to die. Might as well just kill him. Only takes like 8 combos or so. Doesn't take that long. Ah, shadows. Sometimes the shadows can be a little obnoxious there, so I'm gonna go up and say hi to him real quick. Hello. One bad thing about the camera, though, that I did not mention before was that there is no vertical camera. So again, in 1.5, because the camera is locked to the right analog stick, you can tilt it up and down as well as side to side. In this game, and I think KH2 English as well, the only way that you can get a vertical camera is if you have on auto camera. Auto camera will automatically go into a vertical point to point downward when you fall off of a ledge, but since I have manual camera on, it won't do that. So I'll basically be looking straight ahead and side to side the entire run, no looking down. So hopefully there's nothing below me that's any interesting, otherwise we're gonna miss it. So here we're gonna get our first taste of the Japanese voices. Yes, some shadows did parry us in that fight. In both of the Darkseid fights, the shadows can kind of get in your way a little bit.
脅かすなよカイリー。そっちが勝手に驚いたんじゃない。そろそろサボる頃だと思ったんだよね、空は。違うって。It's basically here, you know, Kyrie's yelling at Sora for dreaming, and then he seems to get hit on the head by nothing there. I don't really know what that was. Just a muscle spasm, I guess, or something. And then Riku's gonna come over and yell at both of them for being lazy, and it's, you know, nothing interesting yet, just, you know, kids being kids. So again, the premise of Destiny Islands is simply run around and collect the items for the raft. It's split into 2 days, and each of those 2 days, what follows is an insane number of cutscenes that nobody likes. For comparison, I believe that Destiny Islands in total, from defeating Darkseid 1 to defeating Darkseid 2, is like 9 minutes, I want to say, roughly. For 1.5, it's 25 in this game. 25 minutes we spend on Destiny Islands. We've got about 16 minutes of cutscenes that we got to go through, so I know it's a little rough, but like I said, I'm going to try to explain. I'm going to use this time to explain the game a bit more, since this is kind of the biggest amount of downtime that we have available to us. After this, it kind of evens out pretty good to, you know, gameplay versus cutscene ratio.
I can call the raft Riku Sucks if you want. You guys put some good raft names in there, and I'll change the name of the raft if I can. I don't know if I have English characters available to me, but if I have some English letters available to me, I'll change the name of the raft to whichever one I like. If I don't have English characters, then I'm a liar, and you can ban me or something. A little bit of platforming tech here, just a little jump and a swing to get up, and then a jump and ledge grab there to avoid climbing some ladders, and a little bit more here. We're gonna try to maybe nope. Oops. A little hard to see there, but sometimes you can land on that tree and jump over. Missed it there. Saves climbing the ladder, but small little time loss. I got Reconnect, Toji Sucks. Toji Sucks is the classic. I like Reconnect there. Reconnect shows up way too much in this series. Meme boat, that's a pretty good one. Skipped the little text there for the high potion, that's pretty cool. Alright, so now we got the first set of large cutscenes here. I won't talk as much during the Disney one because some of the Disney voices are pretty great if you've never heard them before. So another big difference with this game in relation to other ones is actually that it has significantly less content than every other version of KH1. We're used to Final Mix adding content, you know, 2FM had all the extra content that 2 English didn't, and 1FM had, you know, what was his name? Unknown, or Zemnis, whichever one you want to call him by, as a secret boss. But 1J actually had less content than the English version. In the English version, we're used to having all of these secret bosses, right? Sephiroth, Phantom, Ice Titan, Kurt Ziza. I think that's it, right? Those four? Yeah, it's those four secret bosses or super bosses that we can fight in KH1. 1J actually only has Phantom. There is no Sephiroth, there is no Ice Titan, there is no Kurt Ziza. There's only Phantom for a secret boss. So if you were looking forward to fighting some of the super bosses in this game, really unfortunate, I guess. Again, no real reason, I guess, why they might have cut out the secret bosses, but they did. Nice rub for a boat. I've been seeing that a lot. I'm seeing a lot of nice rubs, and I do like bothering GX, so maybe we'll go ahead and do that one. So, only Phantom for the super boss. Sephiroth, Ice Titan, and Kurt Ziza do not exist in this game. Regalia. Basically, yes, what Spondu just said. Final Mix was basically the Japanese getting the English content. So in reality, if it makes anybody feel any better, we had more content than they did at the release, even if we didn't know it. So I guess good for us. And I did see somebody mention it also. Yeah, there are a couple different battle themes. Chernobyls is different for one. No Night on Bald Mountain, unfortunately. So here we're gonna get the first taste of our Japanese voices, and yeah, enjoy. Listen to that voice. I like to say that it sounds like Donald smoked about a pack of cigarettes a day. And if that wasn't enough, now you get to experience Japanese Goofy, which is, well, hello Goofy. And so here, Donald got a secret message from the king, and he's trying to tell Goofy, and Goofy's asking if he can blab to Minnie and Daisy. Love that noise. And, but as any man knows, you can't hide the secret from your wife, so they find out. Alright, so luckily those cutscenes weren't as long as some of the ones that happened after day 2 here, but don't worry, we'll get to hear plenty of them throughout the rest of the run, so if you guys didn't enjoy that, well, you're in for a long night, I think. So we're gonna collect the fish here. This fish likes to swim away from us, so hopefully we're gonna grab him without swimming. We did, that's pretty good. We call that wet nip skip, because if we have to swim, then Sora gets his nips all wet, and it's just unpleasant if, you know, he's gonna have to go through the whole game like that, so rather unpleasant. So this area is notorious for having a terrible camera. Like, you can see the camera just jerk around right here. I'm actually not controlling that. The camera in here is basically completely out of my control. It moves however it wants to. I just have to kind of turn with it and hope for the best. So, to talk about more of the differences, I guess, now, because this is just another little cutscene, and then it's a bit more movement. Let's see, one of the other major differences in this game is, yeah, I've covered no difficulty content-wise. I'm trying to think off the top of my head here. It's hard to think under pressure. Okay, I know it. I forgot the biggest one, actually. Basically, in this game, for some strange reason, they gave enemies an incredible amount of HP. I'm talking they doubled HP in some places. So, for anybody who played KH1 English, I'm sure you remember, what's it called, Rock Titan? Everybody remembered Rock Titan and how long he took to just barely get his health to even start to go down. You had to do attack after attack after attack. It just took forever. Well, 1J decided that it would be a good idea to give just about every endgame boss that much HP. Chernobog has the same HP as Rock Titan. Ansem 2 has the same amount of HP as Rock Titan. I think Ansem 3 and 4 do as well. So for some reason, a lot of the final bosses have incredible amounts of HP. And for those that do want to ask, Rock Titan does even have more. Rock Titan has, I think, like over 4,000 HP or something. It's incredible. He's got like 4,200 HP or something like that. It's just insane. I think the last time I fought Rock Titan, I had to do something like 20 uses of Ars Arcanum before his HP started to go down. It was like 15 or 16. It was something incredibly high. I was just, I didn't know when it was going to go down. I was just kind of sitting there like, oh my god, is it ever going to start to go down? It was quite interesting the first time I fought Rock Titan, because I knew he was going to have a lot more HP. I just wasn't expecting him to have well over 4,000, I think, so. Oh, that's cool. Never had that happen before. At least I grabbed the tree again. Come on. Grab the egg, there you go. Gonna try for a coconut, didn't get it. Oh well. So here we go. If I have English characters, I will name this Nice Rub. I don't know if I do. Let me take a second here. I do have English characters, so let's, how do I get blanks here? How do I don't know how to backspace. There we go. Alright. And I-C-E-R U, B. There we go. I did. Somebody asked about Ansem 2 DM skip. Yes, it is possible to DM skip Ansem 2, but it is much harder. He does not stagger as easily, and he DMs much earlier as well. So getting one DM on Ansem 2 is pretty common. It's rough to try to skip it because of just the amount of HP that he has. Alright, so here we're gonna try to make Riku fall down, send him for a little swim. If you make Riku fall down and then you grab this ladder, you're gonna get a longer fade out at the very end. But I like to do it anyway, just, I don't know, it's just a force of habit at this point. So now we're gonna do some amazing platforming to get over here. Hello. Try to control this. Oh! Alright, well I guess we're not making that last jump, but that's okay. The longer we take is actually the better, because like I said, the longer we take, Riku will take less time to get closer to us and will fade out a bit faster, so falling down is not the least of our worries, falling down on the way back, that is. So actually something that a lot of people don't know is in these little fade outs from cutscene back to gameplay, is the game actually does register your inputs. So you'll see me often, basically won't see me do it, but I'll be like mashing dodge roll out of cutscenes when I get it, because it does allow me to actually dodge roll a little bit earlier than I would normally, because the game kind of buffers your inputs a little bit out of those cutscenes. So we're gonna look for the yellow coconuts here. What was that? 3 and... there it is. There we go. 3 and like 7, I think. It's not great, not awful. So, last couple things we gotta collect is just the spring water here for Kairi. And this mushroom, which I almost forgot. I normally get that beforehand. It's a good thing I noticed that. Alright, now we do have the longest set of cutscenes in the game. So... I'll give you guys a little bit of a backstory about this game here. Basically, I was kind of bored one day, and I wanted to really see like the kind of history of KH2's, or not really just KH2, but KH speedrunning in general. And I found some old forums on SDA from, I want to say, like 2006, 2007, when KH speedrunning was just kind of becoming a thing. And around that time, what a lot of the runners there considered to be a good run for KH1 was like 7 hours. It was insane. They thought that like 7.5 hours was going to be a really good time for a run of KH, but it turns out that there was a Japanese runner who had a 5:30 something at the last save. And the final fights take about 17 to 20 minutes, so this Japanese runner had a sub-6 time with final bosses included, while everybody else in the world was thinking that 7.5 hours was a good time. So I actually did a lot of digging, and I found an old website called Ultima Garden, where a lot of Japanese RTA runs were kept. And thanks to some emails sent out by a friend of mine, Nin10, who's actually doing a crit race later in the marathon. It's I think a couple runs after mine, 2 or 3 runs after mine. He actually emailed one of the moderators of Ultima Garden, and they found me a full report of this guy's run. So I went looking through the report of the run, translated it of course, and this person did the run in June 2002, so 3 months after the game had come out. The game had only been out for 3 months, and this person actually knew so much about the game that they were doing the exact same route and almost the exact same strats that we do today. So they were about 15 years ahead of their time, but they were basically doing the exact same stuff we do today. They knew very, very strange things, such as how many shadows to defeat before Leon appears. They knew that Hook's ship only has a 70% chance of showing up if you complete 2 worlds instead of 3. He knew everything about the run. According to the translation, his name was Sirius, was the name he went by. And there is a highlight on my channel. It's like a 40-minute walkthrough where I go through his run and just kind of like freak out that this guy knew everything 15 years before we did, basically. So he was over a decade ahead of us. He knew almost everything there was about the game. He knew the route we could do. He knew everything. To this day, we don't know how he knew it. I mean, he knew little things like you can loop anti-Sora by timing your hit after he kind of explodes to just continually loop him. It was just insane, the knowledge that this person had at such an early place that it had come out. I see something about him buying the official guide. I can promise you that the guide does not tell you this. I have the guide myself, and after reading through it, it does not tell you a lot of the things that this person knew. So, as far as I know, they were never really heard from again. They just kind of did this, posted it on Ultima Garden, and then basically a lot of the stuff that they had was hosted on their own website, which basically disappears. The website that he ran disappeared years ago, and as far as I know, nobody really knows what happened to him. So he seemed to just have a really deep, intimate knowledge of this game in such a short time span. Some of us theorized that maybe he actually worked as like a game tester for it, or he was friends with one of the devs and they told him a lot of stuff. We don't really know, but he knew a lot of information somehow. So it's just a really kind of interesting little story there for you guys. Just kind of shows, you know, how far ahead this game was in terms of speedrunning, and we here in the States never even knew about it for the longest time. People like Spike and Poexel were, you know, talking on SDA about runs of KH1 and 2, and everybody was, you know, oh, 7 hours, sub 7 hours would be the God run, and this person had, you know, 5 hours and 30 minutes, basically. Yes, you do have to watch cutscenes every time in this, even if you die. You know, knock on wood here, I won't be dying. There are a few cases where in order to basically prevent myself from having to watch cutscenes a second time, I can basically void out a room and then re-enter. And then if I die, I'll just restart at the room entry instead of having to watch a cutscene. So I will do that in a couple places just to kind of prevent myself from having to watch really long cutscenes again in the event that I do die. So yes, that was the gummy ship, nice rub. So we'll be seeing nice rub quite a lot. Fingers crossed is right. Fingers crossed for no deaths. There are really only a few deaths that are very costly. The biggest one, of course, is I'm sure as many casual players have remembered. I know I watched the Riku 2 cutscene and the Dragon Mao cutscene probably between the both of them maybe a dozen times each. I watched those cutscenes so many times. It was I got sick of them pretty quickly. So hopefully we don't have to put you guys through those cutscenes more than once. There are some good Japanese Disney characters. Just wait until we get to Agrabah and Neverland. They have some pretty good characters, if I do say so myself, in those two worlds. Clayton was one thing I never struggled with, Ace. I never struggled with Clayton. I never really got to see it that often.
カイリも一緒さ。扉をくぐればもう帰ってこられないかもしれない。父さんや母さんには二度と会えない。
I think I only had to watch the Clayton one a couple times. I think I was just grinding so many enemies when I was younger that it just didn't really bother me that much. I think I was just kind of so strong that I was okay. Yes, we will get to hear not Clayton, and hearing Tarzan speak gorilla in Japanese is another very interesting thing. I don't want to spoil that too much, but that's pretty exciting too. Like I said, I know a lot of people probably, you know, oh, cutscenes and everything, but to be honest, watching the cutscenes for the first time in Japanese was actually very entertaining for me. I did enjoy watching them, listening to everything that they're saying, and I know, of course, I knew the story, so I could, you know, understand it. But just hearing all the Japanese voices it made me laugh in a few places. So hopefully, you guys can enjoy them when they happen. So on the way here, we've just got one small cutscene left before we can finally start picking up progress in the game a bit more. One thing I will mention is that a lot of bosses have different AI than what you're used to. In some cases, the AI for a lot of bosses is significantly broken. There are 3 big fights off the top of my head where the AI is really busted and a few minor ones later on. So I'll mention them as they get closer, but be on the lookout. There are a few places where you might see an enemy do something and you'll say, hey, I don't remember him being able to do that, or I don't remember him doing it like that. It's probably because the AI is much different in this game in a few places. And unfortunately, no, Amelia, I do not have a Japanese 100-acre wood save handy. But, yeah, that is... Japanese Pooh Bear is definitely the one I recommend looking up. That one is... it's interesting. So here we've got kind of the same formula as before. Basically just jump and hit his hands. Try not to get ground combos because they take forever. I'm going to try to stay in the crook here of his wrist and just smash out as many combos as I can get off. If I get off enough damage, I'll be able to... ow. I'll be able to kind of skip him putting his hand into the ground, but don't think I got off enough damage, so... yeah, alright. Alright, there we go, not bad. So we're gonna go say hi to Darkside again. Hello. If I have time at the end of the run, I might open the 100-Acre Wood textbook so you guys can listen to Pooh Bear once. I have plenty of saves throughout the run that I can go back to 100-Acre Wood and let you guys experience that. We'll see how much time I have left at the end of the run once I'm done. So here is probably my personal favorite world from... pretty much, I think this might actually be one of my favorite worlds ever. I love the music here, I love the atmosphere, so... I do enjoy this world a lot. So one thing, this is actually a place where a lot of players, when they played through the game the first time, actually got stuck. Because the game does not do a good job of really telling you what to do here. If you talk to Sid, he kind of tells you to, you know, go look for your friends or whatever, but, he doesn't really do a good job explaining how to do that. So, a lot of people probably, you know, walked around and saw all the different little cutscenes of Donald and Goofy, kind of, you know, chasing Sora, always, one step ahead or behind of each other. And they still couldn't progress the story. So, a lot of people ended up actually getting stuck because they just didn't know how to advance the story here. And it's actually based on how many enemies you kill. You actually have to kill 5 enemies in order to get Leon to show up, and in order to progress the story, which the game never really tells you. It doesn't tell you that you have to defeat 5 enemies, it just kind of assumes that you're going to defeat them on your way through Traverse Town. So, the actual exploration of Traverse Town, visiting all the districts, seeing all the little cutscenes are completely non-essential to progressing. So we're just gonna kill 5 shadows right here in the first room of the second district and speed our way right through to Leon. I'm gonna try to take a couple hits here. I want to take about 3 hits is what I'm looking for. If I get hit 3 times, Leon will kill me in 2 attacks instead of 3. And it takes significantly longer to actually trigger 3 attacks from Leon, so there we go, 1 hit right away. It's 2, it's 3, 4, get hit again, and this will be 5. So now we get hit 1 more time there, avoid, all the health orbs if I can. You actually have to both talk to Sid and kill 5 shadows to get Leon to show up. So if you don't kill those 5 shadows, then Leon will just never show up. Like Mikoto said, a lot of people probably assumed that you had to just go around and trigger all the Donald and Goofy cutscenes to actually, get the story to progress, when in reality they really have no purpose, those little cutscenes, so... Ideally, we want Leon here to shoot a fireball right away, because if he shoots his fireball, we can kind of jump into it and take a hit, and then run up to him and he'll swing his sword right away to kill us. If he jumps instead, it'll take a bit longer to trigger his attacks, but nothing we can do about that. It seems to be completely random what attack pattern he gives us, so we'll see what he does here. And he did shoot his fireball, so we can jump into that, run up to him, and get beamed, and that's that. So I believe if you only get hit by a shadow twice, it takes 3 hits there to kill you just barely, and triggering that 3rd attack from him takes forever, because you have to hit him, I think, something like 7 times, maybe 8 times, or you have to wait a lot, so it's better if we just kind of get beamed and take the death. Yeah, we got beamed. What a freaking moron we are. We got beamed. So here's actually probably upcoming is probably one of the hardest fights in the run is guard armor. Surprisingly, it is actually rather difficult. What makes it so difficult is I don't know if this is true in what is it? In KH1 English, I don't know if this is true as well, but in this game, definitely. Donald and Goofy don't actually heal you until your HP reaches a certain percentage, at least in guard armor. So it's not just critical health, it's actually even less than critical health. In guard armor, for example, 3 hits will kill you, so 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, dead. In 2 hits, you'll be put into beeping health, and then the 3rd hit will kill you. However, the 2nd hit just barely puts me into critical health, but Donald and Goofy still think I have enough health that they're not going to heal me. So, I really have to kind of try to watch my health a little bit, and I do have a potion for emergencies, and I can always hope to destroy one of his limbs to gain some health back, but if I get into critical health and I don't have any way to heal myself, it becomes very difficult then, because Donald and Goofy will not auto-heal you because they still think I'm fine, even though I'm 1 hit from death. little bit of an oversight maybe on the development to trying to, have them heal you. But hopefully I don't get hit too much. And the fight in general just does take some time, because ideally if you've grinded a couple levels, you'll get a strength boost at level 7 instead of level 5, which is what we're at. But it takes much too long for us to get that strength boost at level 7, so we're probably doing this with a little less strength than we're supposed to as well. So, makes the fight a little bit more challenging than maybe was intended, but hey, we can deal with it. So I do notice some new people have joined, and a common question seems to be, what difficulty is this? This game does not have a difficulty selection. It just tosses you right into the game. We're back? Okay, so if your stream is still frozen, I guess rip again. Okay. God, yay. No idea what's going on here. Am I back? Alright, so if everybody's saying pause, yeah, I was paused there for a minute. I was trying to basically figure out what the hell is going on. Looks like we're okay. So I will explain everything that happened while the stream was dead, after Dart Armor here. So, bear with me for the time being. sorry for that little technical difficulty. I'll take the extra potion there, by the way, in case of emergency. Okay. Alright, well thank goodness everything's okay. You guys didn't miss anything. I just finished talking to Leon, I grabbed an elixir out of a chest, and now I'm fighting guard armor. So, you guys didn't miss much, luckily. Thank goodness for cutscenes to kind of, help us out here, so. Okay, I have 3 potions in my inventory, so I actually have to try to get rid of them during this fight, because I actually want my inventory to be empty after this, so... jump Sora. So we got a knockdown here on guard armor, which was gotten by basically staggering him a lot. Very helpful to get some basically free hits in on the body parts, so... Now it's just basically a mash fest of how fast can we hit the various body parts and destroy them. So, deflect the arm there, got in my way, and just kind of go to town here on his legs. Yep, got one down. Yep, I'm getting jumped on here. I'm getting beamed again. Alright, I gotta get rid of these 3 potions. We're just gonna try to mash him out. Alright, I'm good. Yep. There we go. Not a bad fight at all. Alright, so according to the restreamer real quick here, it looks like Twitch was having an issue, so hopefully Twitch doesn't die again. So, sorry about that little blip there. I didn't know that had happened, so... Good news is, though, that even with pausing a couple times to type places, I still had a pretty good guard armor fight there. Good time, so. Good start to the game here. So, now is actually where the run gets interesting, believe it or not. This is where the run really starts to pick up the pace a little bit. Right after this cutscene here, or there's one more after this, we're gonna do a quick little menu, and then we're actually gonna do something a little bit different than what you saw Zetris do in 1.5 Proud. And that is because this game is confusing, to say the least. So there's actually a little, I guess you can maybe call it a little glitch, but basically you can clip into the waterway where you talk to Leon early. And that is for some reason only present in certain versions of the game. So, basically, in the original Kingdom Hearts 1 Japanese, the original Kingdom Hearts English for the PS2, and 1.5 English, this clip exists. In the PS2 version of Final Mix and 1.5 Japanese, this clip does not exist. Why 2 games have it while 1 game doesn't is probably the one of the more curious things about this game's development. I'm personally interested to see what the PS4 versions have, but hopefully we might have the clip in there, because it does add a very interesting route change here. Because basically we're going to use that to get Earthshine early on, and actually go to Merlin's early on as well. For those who want to ask, no, you cannot get Simba this early. We actually need to get the old book from Sid before we can get Simba, so this does not allow you to get Simba early. It just basically allows you to get Earthshine, and it allows for a faster route because it eliminates a large chunk of backtracking that you would normally have. So, yeah, a version-specific glitch that has no specific reason for being version-specific and just seems to be kind of random. But, There actually is no trying the clip, it's doing the clip because it's literally just hold up the trick. All you do is just hold up on the joystick out of the little Trinity cutscene and you clip right in. So it's actually not that difficult to do. Some people think at first that there's some like special movement you have to do or something like that, but you'll see how simple it is when I get there, and I'm gonna head right there in a second. First I have to do a menu though. This little menu is just to do a few things. I'm going to take Goofy's ether that he has because we need ethers more than Goofy does. Goofy has no MP, we have a lot of MP, so we're gonna need that from him. And then I'm just going to equip Brave Warrior on Sora, which is going to boost my strength and my HP, and then equip Dodge Roll for some faster movement. So, quick little menu here to do all that. And then we'll go show off Earthshine. So, we're going to go to Goofy, take his Ether, put on Brave Warrior, and then put on Dodge Roll. And now we can go to Earthshine. So, little pit stop here actually. We need to get a postcard because we need to trade this in for a cottage. And we do that to sell because we need some money. We're flat broke and we're gonna need money later on, so... where am I going? Here I am thinking that it's time to go to Merlin. I have to go get Earthshine. So, here we've got some bad movement because I'm not paying attention. But we're just going to go here, and there's going to be a little cutscene showing us a Trinity for the first time. And all I need to do is just hold up after this cutscene, so I just hold up on the joystick, and I clip right into the waterway. Now, why this works, it just seems to be that they place Sora far enough into the metal grate after the cutscene that we can just hit the loading zone. So... Sora's position is different in 1.5 JP and 1FM in such a way that you can't do it, but you can do it in every other version, including KH1 English, KH1J, and KH 1.5 English. So, the question of how does this make it faster? The way that it makes it faster is that in the second visit to Traverse Town, where we would normally do this, there's a lot of backtracking, because you basically have to go and get Earthshine, then you have to go and talk to Sid, then you have to go and talk to Merlin, and there's a lot of back and forth movement, which eats up time because load zones take forever. So this basically eliminates a lot of backtracking mostly. It allows us to move through Traverse Town, the second visit, much quicker and much more optimally. It saves about 30 seconds over doing it normally, so... It's a fun little route there that is only in certain versions of the game, because, again, I don't know, Square Enix, good programming. The camera's a little funny there. So... Alright, these rocks are being mean. Like I mentioned before, some people have asked in the past, can you get Simba, like, right at this moment? No, you cannot get Simba right at this moment. You have to wait until you get the old book from Merlin. So then the question kind of becomes, well, can I just get the old book right now since I already have Earthshine? Unfortunately, no, because the game actually did program itself well. And getting the old book from Sid is not actually triggered by having Earthshine in your inventory, but instead by having... both Navi G gummies in your inventory. So, you get the Navi G gummies from Deep Jungle in Wonderland, which is then what triggers getting the old book from Merlin, or excuse me, from Sid. So, this doesn't allow you to skip anything in the game, although we were very excited at maybe the prospect of it when it was first found, but we still have to do everything. We can just optimize our movement a little bit, so... It still is pretty neat to see anyway. Yeah, I said Merlin a few times there. My brain's a little backwards, I guess. Now, I did mention before that I took Goofy's Ether. Item management is actually really crucial in this run. There's a lot of places where we do need Ethers to restore our MP because of various strats that we do. So, I'll be picking up a couple other Ethers along the way and taking them from any character that has it. So, characters like Jack and Aladdin, they all have Ethers that I can take from them because don't need them at all. So here's actually something that a lot of people never thought to do when they first played, which is actually modify your gummy ship. So real quick here, I'm gonna modify this thing real quick. Give myself up. Come on. Thank you. Just a gun and an engine. The tooth box, or the tooth box, the tissue box here. So this is actually significantly faster, and when I say faster, I mean by minutes. This is minutes faster than leaving the ship intact. Every piece that you add on adds like more total weight to it, and it actually does slow it down. So in order to reduce that, we just basically strip our ship down and only put on the essentials. So we're gonna head to Wonderland now. Wonderland is pretty interesting. Not much really happens in terms of like exciting fights, but there are a couple different strats that we can use. And actually, here's Wonderland is one of the first instances of a different enemy AI. Yeah, I said tooth box, I know. Tooth box, tissue box, same thing. And yes, what Cage fans referring to was a very old highlight of mine from, I think, like late 2013, early 2014, where I basically didn't know how to do the gummy ship controls, and basically while I was trying to edit the gummy ship, I somehow hit a sequence of button presses that flipped the ship completely upside down. When doing this, the ship even fired backwards behind me. So I was shooting backwards and flying forwards, and it was honestly the first time that a lot of people found me because the highlight kind of spread like wildfire. A lot of people thought it was hysterical, and at the time, unfortunately, I accidentally deleted it a long time ago, so I regret it to this day. I wish I could go back and not delete it because I would love to still watch it. But at the time of its deletion, it had about 300 views. It had about triple the views that I had followers at the time, so it was quite an interesting highlight, and I really do wish that I had kept it because it was quite exciting to watch. I actually think a good friend of mine, Missmaster1, he actually, there might still be a Gyazo of it on his Twitter. So if Mist feels like looking back on his Twitter a few years, he might actually find a Gyazo of it that still exists. So it still is there, but unfortunately the video itself isn't around anymore. Oh, and I think I saw somebody ask about the hitboxes for a gummy ship when it's this small. Yes, your hitboxes are determined by the like by your pieces. So the less pieces I have, the hitbox of my gummy ship does shrink up a little bit. So it is easier to come on, drink it. It is easier to kind of fly through some tight spaces because my hitbox has shrunk down to kind of match what is there on my gummy ship, actually. Like I said, some of the Disney voices are actually kind of funny. They're kind of entertaining, so. So here is another case where People who played the game for the first time didn't know that you didn't have to do as much work as you thought you did. Basically, a lot of people probably went around and searched for all 5 pieces of evidence, which are, 5 parts of the Heartless, the footprints and the antenna and all that stuff. When in reality, you only need to find 1 piece. Obviously, if you find all of the pieces, then all of the boxes will contain the Heartless, otherwise they'll contain members of your party. So, for us, it really doesn't matter. We just only get 1 piece, that's all we really need. If you do get all 5 pieces, you are rewarded with Blizzard. Excuse me, you do get the Blizzard spell a little early if you do that, but you end up getting it at the end of the world anyway, and it's not really useful for us here because we don't do a lot of combat that would require Blizzard, so we have no need to get it early on. We can just get it later at the end of the world, and it's not much of a problem. And there Donald's yelling about meddling, which, again, for some reason they stopped caring about meddling by about Agrabah, so, I don't know, plot holes, I guess.
ハートの女王である私を襲い、ハートを奪おうとした罪である。この娘の首をはねよう。いやよ、助けて。ちょっと待ってよ。なんだお前たちは。裁判の邪魔をする無礼者め。
So yeah, one good thing about this run is that I can just kind of stand up and, stretch. So I'm not sitting for, 5 hours. I can go to the bathroom, I can get some food sometimes. I think I had lunch one time during the run because the cutscenes were kind of long, so. Like I said, it's a comfy run. I'll let you guys know when long sets of cutscenes come up, so if anybody does want to get up and stretch or go and get yourself some food or something like that without missing too much, I'll let you know when those kind of areas come up. So here we're gonna just kind of decimate everything with fire. We're gonna have a little encounter here that we gotta get rid of. So we're gonna kind of just destroy everything with fire. Fire is actually an interesting spell in this game. Fire actually costs less than it should. Fire only costs, I think, like half an MP in this version. So we can actually use fire more frequently than we can in every other version. The catch is that it's a little bit less powerful. So it does a little bit less damage at the ability to basically use more of it. Come on, just target something. Oh, I'm out of fire. That's fine. A little bit of bad luck there as the shadow kind of bopped me. So we're going to get the piece of evidence there. We're going to get this Trinity. This Trinity contains 3 important things: an ether, a potion, and a tent. The tent is important because it allows us to, again, sell it for a little, pick that potion there, a little extra money. So we're gonna need it to sell it for money later on in order to buy some better gummy ship parts to really make ourselves fly pretty fast. So we pick up a few Trinities to get a few extra items for selling for that reason. That's also why we picked up the postcard. So here, I gotta actually focus on this for a second. So here we actually want to pick up the box that fell first. The box that fell first is the one that contains the Heartless, and maybe it's this one? No, not quite. Oh, well, that's fine. But, we actually want to get the Heartless box, because the Heartless box gives us 3 less seconds of text. So, a little time save. Normally in 1.5 you actually want to trap your party members because they can prolong this fight by collecting money. However, broken AI, like I mentioned, this fight in this version actually ends the second you finish it, regardless of what your party members are doing. So we actually don't care what Donald and Goofy do because they cannot prolong the cutscene like they can in 1.5. Why they changed that and made it so that they can prolong it, I don't know. It's an interesting change, but you'll see it ends exactly here the second this kind of goes away. It ends, just like that. No reason for them to change that. They actually just kind of ruined that fight in every other version by making it so that Donald and Goofy can prolong the fight. But in this version, no need to worry about that, it just ends right away for us. So. But yeah, fire does cost less. It costs half an MP instead of, I think, a full MP in every other version. You'll notice that it only takes away half an orange bar every use. And you'll get to see that a lot during Trickmaster actually, because fire on Trickmaster is a very consistent strat in this version, which you'll get to see in a few minutes here. So this world's kind of short. On our way to getting to Trickmaster, we just have a couple little items to pick up in here. We're gonna pick up two things. The first thing is going to be this chair in the back, because this chair is going to give us an elixir. And we like elixirs because they're powerful and useful. So we're going to collect, again, as much money as we can. We do need a lot of money. So this one is purely for money. This chair gives us a ton of money as well as a potion that we can sell. So pick up as much of the money as I can to just kind of help myself out a bit. So here we actually, enemies will not spawn unless you get really close to the floor there. So by kind of rolling up there and then jumping off of these platforms, we can actually avoid spawning any enemies by basically never getting close enough to the floor to hit their spawn box, I guess you can say, their hitbox, so to speak, for spawning them. So, bunch of little movement tech here. You can see we're gonna run, we're gonna jump and swing, and then dodge, roll down, and open this up. And there we go. They spawned there at the very end, but they didn't get in our way, so. And then immediately we can go to Trickmaster. Ah, the table grab, hardest trick in the game. So I mentioned here I'm going to do a strat involving fire. This strat is a little bit slower than doing the normal strat of basically jumping on the chair and getting combos on him. But this strat's very consistent. It does not go wrong very often, so it should make the fight pretty consistent and pretty straightforward. We're just going to spam fire until he gets knocked down, and then just unload. And then repeat. Dodge roll away so we get far enough away, some more fires, and we're gonna do this until he falls down 4 times, so 2 more times we have to do this. And once more. Now we actually do need to get on the chair to get a combo off, because he's not going to fall down right away this time. He's gonna kind of wait a little bit, so we need to get in a few more physical hits. Hopefully we can get him in before he knocks down the chair there. And now, just fire spam, and that's the fight. So, again, very straightforward fight. When you use fire, does help, given that we can use so much fire. Thankfully, you know, costs less, so that's just about as good as that fight can be. And we get the, I think that's the Ifrit's horn accessory, which is not very useful. We just sell it off for some money. Yes, raise your clappas for that very hard fight. Yeah, so, you know, next time you're outside a car dealership and you see, you know, the inflatable tube Trickmaster out there, remember, spam fire on him. He'll go down like no tomorrow. I forgot what I was doing for a second. Time to go to the gummy ship. I actually do not know the damage, like how much less damage it does. I have a feeling it might be something like half damage, but I honestly don't know how much it is. So I would assume it would be about, you know, half damage for half the cost, but there's really no way of knowing. It's just noticeably less damage in some places where you would say use fight and fight, where you use fire in 1.5, you use it here and you notice it does do less damage. So it's kind of, it is a trade-off, but given how little we use fire normally, it actually works out in our favor because we don't need it that often. Oh yeah, Ace, you're gonna love Japanese Clayton. I know you loved him so much in the English version, so get ready for him. Playing chicken with these guys, got a little too close there. And yeah, see, here's a case of, like, again, where hitboxes are a little weird since I can just kind of, not really there, I can kind of do it here. You'll see me, like, phase through these things, because for some reason the engine itself doesn't really have a hitbox. So we can just kind of really phase the engine through a lot of different things. A little interesting there to see how that hitbox works. Some of the longest text in the game, but I like to see if I can mash fast enough that Donald's mouth doesn't move. Little movement there. Yep, up, you know, moved his whole head there. Alright, so the first fight here is Sabor. This fight is really kind of lame. We fight him like 4 times normally, or I guess according to Kingdom Hearts, it's actually a she. I think it's a he in the movie, but a she in Kingdom Hearts, so a little mix up there. But we just want to die to this fight. It is faster than trying to actually fight it out. I'm going to try to get hit twice off the back because Sabor will do 2 attacks, then roar, then do 2 more. So I'm going to hope to try to get hit 2 times right away and then get hit a 3rd time to die, so it doesn't take as long, but it's kind of hard to move into the path of the attacks, believe it or not. Should be able to get 1 hit right off the bat. Now I'm going to try to move into the path of this one. Nope, he missed, so I'm going to have to wait for the roar and then try again. Ah, missed again. So yeah, sometimes you can lose a little bit of time there if you don't get in front of the attacks quickly enough, but it's mitigated. So here's actually one of the longer cutscenes of the jungle, is this whole cutscene here where Tarzan introduces himself. Ah, you guys are right. I said 2 attacks, then roar. It's 1 attack, then roar. You guys caught me. You're right. My brain was backwards. The actual original Cage games for the PS2 are very underrun due to their length, simply. Many people just view 1.5 as like the quote-unquote definitive version of Kingdom Hearts 1, where it has cutscene skips, so it's very fast. It has beginner mode, which is very friendly to new runners as well as to veteran runners. It's, you know, very fast-paced, so 1.5 is run at a much higher like amount of much higher competition than the original PS2 games. There really are not many people who focus on these games simply due to the length of them. I really enjoy this game simply due to the fact that it is so different from English and everything else. But there's Tarzan speaking gorilla in Japanese. Oh, opposite Sabor's gender. Ah. See that I was just wrong on so many things. I don't even... I was backwards on so many things. I was opposite on Sabor's attacks and the way at which they gender them. Or yeah, gender them, I guess. My mistake, you guys are right. I can never remember whether Sabor was the he here or the he in the movie. I guess I had it a little backwards there. I'm assuming that this run will be highlighted. We can definitely make sure that one of the mods who has access to the channel will highlight this run. And yeah, like Darkly said, they're probably uploading it to YouTube as well, so you should be able to watch it there. Now, there's going to be a little quick menu here. We need to change Tarzan's abilities around, actually. Tarzan has a bunch of abilities on for various attacks, and we actually don't need those attacks on. We leave one of Tarzan's attacks on, and that is the one that uses one of his MP to heal us. And we remove his other attacks that use MP to cause damage. So we basically turn Tarzan into a heal bot. And in the process of that, we also turn on Crit Plus, which allows Tarzan to do even more damage. So that's what that menu was there. It was kind of a fast menu, so I wanted to kind of explain it ahead of time because it doesn't last very long. We pick up I think that's a Mega Ether, I want to say. That's used for selling later. Oh, and speaking of the treehouse, as I'm sure many of you might have noticed in the English version and every other version, if you climb to the top of the treehouse, you actually see a hole in the top of it where Sora fell through. In this version of the game, that hole does not exist. There is no hole in the top of the treehouse for where Sora fell through. It's just completely sealed up still. So that was I guess, minor detail that they felt like fixing in later releases, but for some reason, yeah, you don't see the hole from Sora's fall in this version. Also, you saw me constantly trying to roll into the slides. The reason for that is that when you pick up a slide, Sora actually stops in position, like he'll stand still. And so, but if you dodge roll, you can actually mash away the slide text box while Sora is rolling, which saves a little bit of time because you don't have to basically wait for Sora to stand still and then get rid of the text box and then keep going. So, I tried to roll through as many of them as possible and, you know, basically keep Sora from standing still as, you know, often as possible. I think he only stood still on like the third to last one or so. So, pretty simple movement there. This is also going to be one of the cases where we roll with a world party member for the entire time. We actually completely forget about Goofy. Sorry, pal. We leave Goofy out of our party for this entire world and we roll with just Tarzan and Donald. I gotta talk to Jane first. I always get confused with the order. So, in this world, Tarzan is helpful because he has the ability to heal us. And he also has 2 critical pluses on, so he can do a lot of damage to enemies as well. So he's very useful in this world. And yeah, mods, resident sleeper, paging Casa.
となると残るは1箇所だな。いいか、我々は君が来る前からこのジャングルにいるんだ。しかし彼の友人を見かけたことなど一度もない。
Casa,
と
bot.
すれば残るはターザンが隠しているゴリラの巣しかない。
クレイトンさん、ターザンは隠してるわけじゃ。
案内してくれるだろうね。君の家だよ。家。
So, the first half of this world, pretty much after this, is kind of all movement.
でもいいの、ターザン。
We really just kind of basically have to
カーチャック？
develop the story of the world.
ちょうどいい。
We have to, you know, watch talk to Kerchak and see that Clayton is evil and all that stuff. So we're just gonna quickly, you know, again, a lot of movement here, but we get to see some pretty cool movement tech. So kind of makes up for it. Normally here, you would just go and hop across the hippos, but we actually need an item in one of these trees because again we need to sell it for money. So we're gonna go up here and grab this mega item. I think this is the mega potion, and then we're actually gonna jump and swing a few times to make that jump, because otherwise if you don't swing your Keyblade there, you actually won't get enough distance to make that. So we jump off there and swing our Keyblade a few times to get the length of the jump. Yeah, what people are saying is correct. In the original KH, Goofy uses 1 of his own MP to give you 3. And FM, Goofy uses 2 of his MP to give you 3. Another thing about that actually in this game is that there seems to have either been a typo in the game's code or it was intentional. But in this game, Ars Arcanum, which is arguably one of your most powerful offensive attacks, only costs 2 MP to use instead of 3. Whereas I think it's Sonic Blade that costs 3 in this game. And we don't know if that was a developer oversight, where they accidentally made ours cost 2 instead of 3, or if that was actually intentional. But either way, it results in ours being incredibly overpowered, and it basically makes up the basis for all of our strats for the rest of the run after we get it in Neverland. Is basically 2 MP Rs plus 3 MP Restoration MP gift, and we have basically endless MP. So that was a Japanese only thing. They fixed that in 1 English. In 1 English, they rebalanced it to make ours cost 3 MP and Sonic Blade to only cost 2. It was either Sonic Blade or Striker Red. I can't remember which one had their MP value changed. But yeah, so that was just a little change here that actually benefits us because of just how powerful it can be. And remember how I said that it buffers your inputs coming out of cutscenes? You're gonna see that here is it's basically gonna look like I'm dodge rolling like early, because I can actually get in a dodge roll or 2 before the game loads back in after the cutscene. So it makes us kind of allows us to get a few extra rolls in. So a little bit of optimization there coming out of the cutscene. Okay. That's not good. Alright. Now we gotta think for a second. I accidentally used an ether there. That's actually very bad. Ethers are kind of a treasure trove. I really need them. So what we might do is see if we can not use one in Power Wilds coming up here. It will probably be a little slow, but I really do need to conserve my ethers here. The only other option I can do is pick up an extra Mega Ether in Agrabah, so I might end up doing that. I actually didn't want to use the potion at all. I actually tried to open the chest and I hit up twice instead of once, so I was on my item menu instead of the chest. So bit of a mistake there, but that's okay. There is an extra ether that I can pick up if I need it, so I'm gonna wait and see how Power Wilds go. I might be able to get away with not using the ether in Power Wilds, but we'll see what happens. Power Wilds goes fastest when you spam Blizzard. So we do spam Blizzard for the majority of this, which is kind of why we want that ether to restore our MP, but it's not needed. So Fun little fact about this Power Wild spawn. You see how they all spawned right there, like that? This spawn is actually 100% consistent if you watch that cutscene. If you watch that little cutscene of Sora coming out of the treehouse and seeing the Heartless, you can actually get that spawn 100% of the time, and there's no randomness to it. Another thing we do here actually is we enter this mini game and then immediately quit out. And what this does is this actually puts us on the other side of the vines, which is right next to where we want to go to get to the next set of Power Wilds. So it saves a little bit of time to do that instead of hop across the hippos and jump up. So we're gonna try to save some MP here to, you know, obviously since I don't have that ether anymore. So we're gonna hope that Donald puts in some work. He seems to be helping us here. Fire that guy. There's one more. Where is he? There he is. Ah, come here. Alright, that was pretty good. We still got full MP here, so a little bit slower than I probably wanted to, but this should allow me to kind of skip using that ether that I accidentally wasted, so see if we can just get some good Power Wilds in here. Oh! Alright, we're gonna... There we go, look at them all grouped together here nicely for me. Where's the last one? There he is. Oh, thank you, Donald. So, a little bit more movement tech here to get up on there. We do a jump slash, then we kind of jump down here and we do another jump slash to get over the fence. Now, let's see if I can get the swag air combo. Nope. If you mash really hard, you can actually get an air combo there before you hit the ground. It looks really cool. Wow, that was very good. Look at that. That was a good fight, I say. And we did all of this without an ether, by the way, so I'd say that for not having that ether to use, this has been a very good Power Wilds. And I got full MP for this room, so overall, I think it's been a good Power Wild segment. Ah. Oh, come on. Where is he? Hey! Here. Oh, please. Alright. Die! How'd that guy escape it? Okay, the ranking for difficulties, according to myself, who's played them all, from easiest difficulty to hardest, beginner, 1J, normal, standard, proud, expert. That is how the difficulty is ranked, I believe. Basically, everything in FM is slightly easier than its one English counterpart, including this difficulty. So now we fight Sabor again here. We're gonna try to trap Sabor in a corner so that they can't jump into the bamboo. So I'm gonna do that by hopefully getting off a fast combo here. If Sabor would just stay in place. I can't... There we go. Not bad. Took us a little longer than we wanted to because Sabor would not cooperate, but we got it pretty good. What makes this easier than normal or standard is the fact that by the world, or not the world, it never was, wrong game. By the end of the world and final fights, your damage output is actually more than 1.5 beginner. So basically the second half of this game is you do more damage than you do in Final Mix Beginner even. So your damage output is incredibly large for some reason. They clearly balanced that a lot and nerfed it a little bit for for every other one, what is it? Every other you know, KH1 difficulty. The order, one more time, was beginner, 1J, standard, normal, crowd, expert. That's the order. What am I doing? I don't have to go in here. Alright, well that's a little time waster. For some reason I thought I had to go in there. I don't have to. Well, that's okay. You can just normally go right to the giant black fruit, but took a little pit stop to make sure Jane really is not there. Real quick, right here, I'm going to equip White Fang that we got from Sabor. It boosts my AP and my attack. It also might boost my defense. I don't remember if it does. Early pause. So now we're just gonna quickly go up here to one of the more strange fights this series ever had. For some reason, we have a giant dark fruit that has trapped Jane and the monkey, whose name I can't remember because I'm a bad Disney fan, in a tree. This fruit has no HP bar, instead it's all hit based. It is, it's all, yeah, number of hits you do to it. You have to do 15 hits to it in order to destroy it. It doesn't have HP, so. Why that is there, I have no idea. I still don't really know the purpose of that or where that thing came from, but hey. So here we go to Ace's favorite fight, Clayton. We get to hear some more Japanese gorilla from Tarzan. Expert is harder than Proud. Proud increased your damage output a bit, so you were able to do more than chip damage. Expert, you're basically doing chip damage for the entire run. It's very unpleasant. So here we have to basically get off a bunch of hits on Clayton really quick. We're gonna do it by targeting onto him. Alright, hope we are. And then just hit him a bunch of times. Get him hopefully in this little corner away from everything. There we go. Yeah, 1J likes to force camera angles on you. It likes to force the camera into very specific locations. So here we have to actually get off 2 combos very quickly on the stealth sneak. This will force it to appear right away. So I'm gonna hopefully do this. The timing for it's a little tight. We're gonna jump over Clayton's opening shot, get off. Oh, I didn't get it. What the hell was that? There we go. That should be okay. So, little hiccup there, but we still got him to appear. This next combo will make him jump, and then we make him jump over here. 2 more combos to knock Clayton off, because Clayton is the main target. You don't have to defeat the stealth sneak. And now it's just beat the hell out of Clayton. I like to trap him over here so that Donald and Tarzan can get at him a little bit. Although the stealth sneak is now up, so the farther we get him away, the better. And now we just beat up Clayton. Poor guy. There we go. I will be turning on Scan actually not until after Agrabah. Scan will be turned on at the very end of Agrabah because I actually do not get it until I think after the first Jafar fight. So Scan will have to wait one more world, unfortunately, until we get to see it. The run so far is going pretty good, if I do say so myself. This has been a very, very good run. A few hiccups here and there, like using the ether by mistake and a couple other, you know, missteps, but this has been a good run so far for a beginning game. A 138 Clayton is pretty accurate. Pretty average, I mean. I mean, I killed a guy. Poor guy. I didn't mean to kill him. It's just what happened. So here we actually face the scariest part of the run, and well, it's called platforming. So yeah, KH1 platforming here in a location called Waterfall Cavern is the scariest part of the run because, well, if you've ever tried to platform quickly in this game, you know just how scary it is. So we're gonna try to do this quickly here. No guarantee because, well, like I said, KH1 platforming. So we're gonna get up here, continue up this way. Oh, fun little fact. Sora actually takes longer to flip upward when he grabs a ledge in this game. Hello. Camera, please. See, the camera doesn't want to turn. 1J camera. Let's just get over here. And then up here we go. Okay, there we go. Not bad. So, that's the scariest part of the run because all that platforming, ay 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 ay. But yeah, when Sora grabs a ledge like that and then flips himself upward, it takes a second longer in this version for some reason. So, don't know why. Sora's just not very quickly at flipping up, I guess. So, yeah, this is pretty much officially the ending of beginning game. At this point, I usually consider beginning game to be over. We just have to make one little quick pit stop back in Traverse Town to clean up some things, but after that we get to the hardest part of the game, which is mid-game. There's a lot of very difficult worlds in the middle of it. Agrabah, Halloween Town, very difficult worlds to do quickly. I did have some sick moves there in Waterfall Cavern. It went pretty good, except for the fact that the camera wouldn't turn around. But like Mist said, the camera in this game is the camera has a mind of its own. You do what the camera wants you to do, not the other way around. So actually, in this cutscene coming up here was something that I actually didn't know. A friend of mine, again, I mentioned him before, he's here in chat, Missmaster1, did a Let's Play of this game at the end of last year. And he actually told me that there are alternate cutscenes in this game that show different things based on the order in which you do them. So here in this cutscene coming up here with Maleficent and everything, they're going to show a brief little cutscene where they push Alice forward, like, hey, we've caught one of the Princesses of Light. And if you actually do Deep Jungle prior to completing Wonderland, Alice won't be in the cutscene, it will actually be Snow White instead. Which I never knew because I had never actually done Deep Jungle prior to doing Wonderlands. I never knew that this cutscene was a little bit different in that regard, but the game had some pretty good checks on itself to make sure that they didn't show anything, you know, out of context. This KH1J run brought to you by the Missmaster1. Follow him on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. So just a little bit more text here. We get the Jungle King Keyblade, which we'll equip in the very beginning of Agrabah. You'd be surprised, Darkly. In 1.5 Proud, or not Proud, excuse me, level 1, they actually do Deep Jungle before Wonderland. They get Thunder from Olympus Coliseum, and then they do Deep Jungle, then Wonderland. So it actually is a, it does happen. It's difficult to say the least, but they do it. So here, unfortunately, we start the long flight back. This is a kind of long gummy ship to fly back to Traverse Town here. For people who might ask, why don't we fly towards Olympus Coliseum and then go to Traverse Town? If you don't know, you actually don't have to seal Olympus Coliseum's keyhole or do anything with that world in order to complete it. So there's no reason for us to ever go anywhere near it, basically. And the gummy route is actually 10 seconds longer, so it actually does take 10 seconds more of gummy time in order to get from Deep Jungle to Traverse Town going through Olympus Coliseum. So we retrace our steps this way, which is, like I said, it's a little bit shorter, and there's no way around it, unfortunately. We don't gain the ability to warp until after Traverse Town 2 here. I can neither confirm nor deny that I was paid prior to this stream. And actually, another thing that we don't have to do is we can actually skip another world later on. We can skip one of 3 worlds: Monstro, Halloween Town, or Atlantica. We can skip any of those 3. We actually do Monstro and Halloween Town because, well, for one, they give us very good spells. Monstro gives us Stop, and Halloween Town gives us Gravity. Those 2 spells are probably the most broken spells in the entire game, and you'll see why in late game. So it makes sense for us to do those 2 worlds because we do need those spells. And it is unfortunate because Atlantica is one of the most consistent worlds in the game. It's actually very easy. There's not a lot of, what's it called? There's not a lot of RNG fights. It's mostly just a tiny bit of RNG with where the shark spawns. I'm sure you guys, might remember beating up the shark. But other than that, it's all just movement and consistent fights, so it is a slight shame we don't get to do it because of how easy it is, but unfortunately it just takes too long and doesn't give us as good a spell as Halloween Town does. Alright, so you guys want to know about a skip? This game actually is extremely close to having a sequence break. We have almost found a way to skip collecting the pieces for the Emblem Door in Hollow Bastion. And I'll explain more as it gets there, but unfortunately the game actually has internal checks to make sure that we cannot skip collecting the pieces for the Emblem Door. It's almost possible, but it's not quite possible, and it is unfortunate because it would save about, I want to say, 5 to 10 minutes if we could actually get that to work. Atlantica gives you Thunder. And Thunder is not very useful because we are going to have very high-powered Fire and Blizzard. So again, we pick up all that money because we need it, and we're going to roll right over here and cash in our postcard for a cottage, also for selling purposes. And that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to talk to Sid and get the old book, and then basically sell him everything we have. Except for the elixirs. We keep the elixirs because those are very valuable. No, for crying out loud, guys. Thunder is in Atlantica, Arrow is opposite armor. and you also find an upgrade for it in Neverland in a chest, and you get the final one from the puppies. Like I see Magnet, Thunder, Arrow, like, naming off like every possible spell except for, you know. I don't want to buy things, I want to sell. Go to our stock. Sell, 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 sell both. Skip, sell those, sell those. And now we're actually going to warp out of the world. And re-enter. So remember how I left through Merlin's house earlier? This is why. We can redock right there, because we need to go back to him, so... First though, I'm going to pick up this Trinity. It gives me a little bit more money, and it gives us an Mega Ether. And Mega Ether. Good grammar. That Mega Ether will be used later on. So now we talk to Sid and go and get Simba. Another fun little fact here about KH1 is that after this cutscene, you cannot enter the gummy ship. If you try to enter the gummy ship during after you get Simba, it's blocked out. It's grayed out. It's not possible to enter it. The game kind of forces you to go back out this way and trigger the Riku cutscene. So interesting how, you know, they did that. How they decided to just completely prevent you from ever being able to enter the gummy ship there. So.
Riku. なんだよ。今度は幻じゃないよな。何言ってんだ。Yeah, we do a large number of Trinities in this run, mainly because we do need the extra money and items that come from them, so... I actually do a really terrible thing for my muscle memory. I actually don't change my magic configuration until Halloween Town, so basically for the first half of the run, I have Cure on Square, then I change my magic customization and I put Cure on Circle. So I kind of always have to remind myself in the back of my head, depending on where I am in the run, my Cure is on a different button. After that, all the buttons are pretty consistent for what I keep on them. Gravity is always triangle, stop is always square, and then fire gets square at the end game. But I do swap my cures around, which does confuse my brain a bit. And there may be cases where you see me accidentally use a stop, which is probably because I'm trying to use cure. X is a shortcut in English versions. The reason why X is not a shortcut in any Japanese version of KH1 is that, I think it's because mainly they swapped, yeah, X is, I'm thinking of saying that backwards, yeah, X is one in English, not in J, and Circle is one in J, but not in English, there we go. Yeah, because they swap X and Circle in Japanese versions of the game, they swap their functions. I was trying to say that, but my brain confused itself. So thank you, BB and Mist, for fixing my words. So real quick, we're just going to open this door because we're going to leave that way after this little cutscene here in the abandoned house, so saves us some time there. I have to agree with the circle for attack master race. JP controls are my favorite. I do quite enjoy them. Yes, weeb controls get my seal of approval. Why? I don't know. It just feels nicer. ごらん、私が言った通りだろう。お前は必死になってあの子を探していたけれど。
So I actually didn't check how much money I have. You're supposed to have 1,250. So I might quickly do a little pause here coming out of the house to make sure that I do have enough. I can't imagine that I wouldn't, but I'd rather check than get all the way to Sid and not have enough, so.
お前が望むものを見つけてあげるよ。
I'm just gonna do a little quick sanity check here just so I can make sure for a fact that I'm not a little short on money. Yep. Pause! A little bit more text first. I forgot about those few text boxes about the bell. Okay, more than we got 30 extra money, so we're good. So now we're gonna talk to Sid. He goes, "Wow, you got here fast," but that's because that's our job. So real quick now, we're actually gonna buy a couple gummy pieces, which again is something that people probably never did in a casual playthrough, but we bought ourselves a Fyra G and a Haste G. What those do is the Fyra G is a faster engine, and the Haste G actually gives us the ability to boost. So we're gonna warp to Atlantica here because we need to go into the blue warp zone, and it's actually closer to Atlantica than it is to Traverse Town, even though it doesn't look like that. So flying to the warp hole from, I said Atlantica, I mean Wonderland. It's closer to Wonderland than it is to Traverse Town. So we just warp there to basically shorten the flying distance that we have to travel. And then real quick, we are going to, oops, yeah, just give, we're gonna give ourselves the new equipment that we got. New gummy pieces. No problem with the buttons there. And now we can fly to the warp hole and go to Agrabah. And Chip and Dale here tell us we got, you know, some cool new gummy pieces, but here we can see the boost and how much faster we actually do go with the boost here on. I for one never went into the gummy ship menu at all when I played it casually. I was terrible with it. I never touched it. I didn't even know why anybody would want to. So here I'm actually going to shoot a lot of stuff because these stupid little circular heartless ships cause an insane amount of lag when they pile up on the screen. So I try to kill as many of them as I can to reduce the amount of lag that actually does occur. And you'll see it here, it lags! It drops to like 0.2 levels of FPS for a second there, but we're okay once we get out of that little tunnel. So, if you didn't get enough 0.2 FPS, you know, you got a little bit of it there. So now it's just a pretty smooth trip to Agrabah. No real chances for lag coming up. That's really the only spot in this run where the gummy menus do lag like that. It never really happens otherwise. Just has a ton of sprites on that screen. So now we are in arguably one of the worst worlds. This world has a lot of things that can go wrong. And I'm going to do my best to try to explain the boss fights because there's 4 of them, and each of them have their own little things that I can talk about, so if I do miss something, yell at me, and I'll explain it, but I'm going to do my best to do that because there is a lot of stuff that goes on here. One of the first things you're going to notice is that, there's a spot coming up where we actually have to save Aladdin from a group of bandits. We used to use Simba there, however, keeping with the theme of 1J being confusingly different from the rest, Simba is extremely weak in this game. His Proud Roar attack charges very slowly and does a lot less damage than in 1.5. So we stopped using him in pretty much almost every place that we could because it just takes so long to summon him, and then he doesn't really kill much because he's so weak. They gave Simba a very large buff in future KH games because of just how terrible he was in this game. And you'll see it when I do use him in the world that... I keep saying the world that never was. My brain is in Cage 2, I guess, for some reason. You'll see it when I use him in End of the World, how slow he charges and how weak he actually is, so... We're going to be using some blizzards in the Save Aladdin fight to try to mitigate the need to use Simba, which is one of the reasons why I needed an extra ether, was to try to restore my MP in that fight so that I can continue to blizzard spam. One of the few times we actually hear Jasmine's voice actress.
それはどこのドブネズミですかな？ジャスミン姫、あなた様にはもっとふさわしい場所をご用意してございます。もっとふさわしい人間も、はい。ジャスミン、逃げろ。
So sometimes you'll see people kill the 3 bandits that Jafar spawns here, and then they'll activate the little switch up top for later. But you actually don't need to do that because it's possible to just kind of skip them, and you can do a little bit of a precise dodge roll to kind of reach the trigger for that switch without having to defeat any enemies later on. And because this is on the PS2 version, it's free. It's incredibly easy to hit that zone to activate the switch, and it requires no real luck, where it kind of requires a little bit of luck on the English version. Or excuse me, on 1.5. Yeah, this game you gain control while it's transitioning from loading back to gameplay. You actually gain control before the load, like in the black fade out. So you will often hear me like swing my keyblade an extra time because I'm mashing, or you'll hear somebody get hit, or I'll start to dodge roll early, something like that. So you gain control a little bit sooner than you might think. So here we're going to try to dodge roll off to the side to get as many bandits in my way as I can, so I can just blizzard the living heck out of them. So we're going to immediately start blizzarding. I got, what, 3 of them there? Ah, get bopped like crazy. Toss the Mega Ether here. Ah. Blizzard. Blizzard. Jump. Attack. Oh, I got a potion. Not bad. Got a little bit of an extra potion there, so I'm gonna just swap that out for Aladdin's Ether, just because I have to take him anyway. So, it was not a bad fight. Here is arguably one of the best voice actors in the game, Japanese Genie. So I'll let you guys actually experience this one a little bit.
そうか。助かったよ、ソラ。
アラジン、どうして砂漠なんかに？
砂漠の先に魔法の洞窟があってね。そこに眠ってる伝説の宝を探してたんだ。あの空飛ぶ絨毯とこのランプさ。
この魔法のランプを手に入れた者はランプの魔人に。
はい何を隠そうその魔人こそこのジーニーちゃんです。ランプをくればパワーと参上何でも願いを叶えます。今回のラッキーさんはこのアラジン様。はいご当選おめでとう。
Upcoming is the best soundbite in the game.
おっとダメ人の話は最後まで聞かなきゃ。ただし願いは3つまで。3つ終わればジーニーは消える。グッバイさよなら。はいそれまでよ。1つ目の願いはさっき使ったから大事なことに使えばいいのにね。
Yeah, thank you,
残る
Blue.
願いはあと2つ。ではアラジン君次なる願いとは。
Ready? Here it comes. Here's the greatest soundbite in video game history.
僕を大金持ちの王子に。
Wow!
実にシンプル素晴らしい。よろしいすぐに用意しましょう。100人の家来に100頭の黄金のラクダ。あなたの合図一つで30分以内にお届けします。ご一緒にドリンクはいかがですか。
いらない。
あらそ
願いを叶えるのは今すぐじゃない。アグラバーに帰ってからでいいんだ。
う。なんで王子なの。
アグラバーにいるジャスミンとちゃんと話がしたくてね。なんだって向こうはお姫様だから今の僕じゃ相手にしてもらえないよ。
ジャスミン。
いっけね。ジャスミンが大変なんだった。なんだって。よし、そら。
So, last world we dumped Goofy in favor of Tarzan. In this world, we dumped Donald in favor of Aladdin. Aladdin actually has the ability to do a lot of damage to various enemies in this game, so we like to include him in our party for this.
やっぱり久しぶりの外はいいね。
自分では外に出られないってこと？
それがジーニーの宿命さ。こうしていられる。
So I'm gonna have a menu coming up here. This menu I'm going to equip Jungle King on Sora because it has extra damage and extra range. I'm also going to give Sora Combo Plus to extend my ground combos by 1. Then I'm going to turn off Aladdin's ability Sandstorm and turn on Critical Plus for the same reason as I did for Tarzan. I want him to have the chance to do extra damage. And then finally I'm actually going to take both of the ethers that Tarzan has. Or Tarzan, Aladdin. I said Tarzan before. But yeah, Aladdin has 2 ethers that we're going to want to take, so... Oh, where are you? There you are. Over that potion. Where's the last one? There it is. Over that potion. Oh, I'll grab onto that, I guess. So yeah, we open up the doorway there. Which opens up there's so many doorways here that just open up oh jeez. So we can actually get an enemy called Black Fungus in here. There we go. We didn't get him. If we get it, it's complete RNG, but we actually have to leave and reload the room if we get them because they do. Oh jeez, that's bad. I think I might have just spawned enemies down below, which are gonna prolong this fight. Yeah, I did. It's probably best if I just leave and reset this area here. So, a little unfortunate in here. But we're gonna just quickly eliminate these guys and... The more enemies you spawn in here, the longer it takes, and it's just a big mess at that point. So it's better to just reset the room there if something bad goes wrong and you spawn extra enemies. Yo, this bot actually Nick flashed me. I cry every Tim too, bot. I cry every Tim. The bots are getting smarter. They're Nick flashing the streamer. Camera. So now we enter probably the worst fight in this world. This fight is incredibly random. It has the potential to break itself. I mean, Pot Centipede sometimes will run into the wall, outrun his butt, and then he just kind of crawls through tunnels very slowly. I mean, it's just a big mess of a world, big mess of a fight, and the best we can hope for is not to die, honestly. As long as you, like, don't die to Pot Centipede, then you're probably doing pretty good. It's the best you can ask for, basically, at this point.
申し訳ないが、二つ目はそこでキャンセルだ。
Nick flashing is, I have in FFZ, I have a bunch of keywords set up that I will get a notification for, so I know when somebody's talking to me. And I have it set up for every variation of my name.
ではドブネズミの諸君、ごきげんよう。ふり。
So we're gonna open this up by doing Blizzard and trying to get as many of the pots out of the way as we can. What? I don't know what we're targeting, but Blizzard. So we're just gonna try to get rid of as many pots as we can with Blizzard here, and then toss an Ether. Now we actually want Pot Centipede to reform. Oh, well. Guess that's not gonna happen. Gonna heal. If Pot Centipede reforms together, that would be great. Now have him run away. There we go. This is perfect, actually. There you got. Oh, he left his butt behind. I'm gonna do a few blizzards here to try to clear out some of the pots. I don't want to use up all of them, but he's on the move again. And here we see Pot Centipede getting stuck. His butt's outrunning him. And now he's just going to continue moving at 1 mile an hour because this fight is broken. As is this whole game. This game is just a giant mess of everything, and I don't know what's going on anymore. Just gonna... more blizzards, I guess, because I don't know what else to do. Pot Centipede's moving again. I'm getting beamed by pots. That guy kamikazed. Just... how about I attack the butt instead? I don't know where he's running to. Alright, well, see, this fight is just pretty normal like this. This is about an average Pot Centipede fight. I can't seem to get by him without getting bonked. Just gonna run back here. More blizzards. Got some pots in the way. Heal. This is just a giant mess of a fight right now. Everything is just kind of all messed up. Pot Centipede's pushing pots. I don't know what's going on. Trying to do this fight the best I can at this point. I just need to... I can't hit him because pots are in the way. Ah, crap. I need to get out of the way. I need to heal badly, so... He's almost dead because he's not splitting apart after combos. I'm stuck, by the way, so hopefully I don't die. Perfect. Well, we did about the best that I could. So, that was far from a good fight, but I didn't die. So like I said, as long as you don't die, that's about the best you can ask for. Yeah. And luckily, we go from the worst fight in the game to one of the best. So, the next fight, if you saw Zetrus's Proud Run, I'm sure you watched him have an aneurysm over the upcoming fight here. We call it Tiger Head. The official name is Cave of Wonders Guardian. So, this fight is notorious for just being a giant mess because he shakes his head, he spits out enemies, he dips his nose into the ground. It's just a very obnoxious fight. But the spirit of 1J tends to be that things don't go like they're supposed to. So, I'm just gonna tell you right now, this guy's AI is completely broken, but I will let you, I'll let you see what that means here. Also, shoutouts to Donald just kind of gliding across the screen in that cutscene. Gotta love 1J, everybody. So, watch this fight. So we kinda gotta just get up here. We're just gonna give him a little love tap on that eye, and then we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, and combo. There you go. Basically, as long as you're doing damage to the eyes, the boss will never move. He'll never move, and he'll never really do anything. You can basically stun lock him for the entire duration of the fight. Because, like I said, sometimes the AI is just that broken. Oh, if Zetris had a good time with that fight, then good job to him, because that fight can usually give a lot of people trouble on crowd, so awesome that he didn't have those issues. So here we have a case of the camera being bad. Nope, didn't that time. Sometimes the camera will actually be in front of Sora for no reason there. Yeah, like I said, Tiger Head, completely broken, doesn't do anything. It just kind of sits there and just lets you beat the ever-living crap out of him as long as you're hitting the eyes. Once you stop damaging the eyes, he starts to retaliate, but as long as you're damaging the eyes, nothing. And yes, Jafar 1 is the next case of broken AI. However, Jafar 1 can be one-cycled, but the setup for it, I cannot get consistently. Sometimes he flies away from me, and I hope he doesn't. It seems to be about 50-50 for me, so I'm really hoping he doesn't fly away so I can show off one cycle. But there is a chance, you know, RNG be with me, that he will actually fly away from me after my first hit, which will prolong the fight significantly. So I'm hoping that he doesn't, and you can witness that fight as well. Because, hello. Because this fight is also another masterpiece. So what we're going to try to do here is get a couple hits in on him and push him back. Sometimes after the first hit, like I said, he can fly away, so I really hope that he doesn't. Like I said, it's about 50-50 for me, so we'll see what happens, but hopefully if he doesn't fly away, we can one-cycle him, and you guys will get to experience it. If he does happen to fly away, I'll just explain what would have happened, but it's definitely much cooler if you can actually see it instead of just hear me talk about it, so. Here's hoping for the best. And yeah, as for revenge value, the closest we have is an auto counter for fights like Riku 2 or Riku 1, where after you do enough like hits to him, he auto retaliates with something. So it's kind of auto retaliations as opposed to revenge value or anything like that. Alright, I'm gonna hope for the best here. Perfect. Okay, so now we're just gonna kind of force him back a bit here, or this. And you see this laser attack? He's going to do this non-stop. He's going to do this 7 times in a row. And as long as I stop getting hit, I can do free damage to him. Getting hit though, so a little rough here. But he will basically do this attack non-stop. He'll do it about 7-8 times. Aladdin is dead, unfortunately, so I'm probably not going to get one cycle. Yeah, I didn't get one cycle. Aladdin needs to be alive to do a lot of damage there and to really guarantee one cycle, but unfortunately both my party members died very quickly, so we're just going to force Jafar back over to the main platform here and hopefully finish him off within a few hits, so we'll see. Wait for his cape to fall down and then go in. There we go. Quick 2 cycle, so not that bad at all. Yo, we're on the front page. Well, hello to the front page of Twitch then, and welcome to the stream. In very rare cases, Jafar can actually be invisible during that cutscene. Why? 1J. But yes, it is possible for him to be invisible during that cutscene. Very rarely. I've only had it happen once or twice, but it's certainly interesting whenever that happens. But yeah, so again, right there, Jafar's AI you see is supremely broken, where he just uses his laser attack constantly for basically, again, no reason. Just bugged AI, basically. So, Genie Jafar, on the other hand, is actually pretty normal. There's really nothing difficult here. It's just kind of your standard Genie Jafar fight, just takes longer. So, yeah, if I didn't get bopped so many times by the laser, or Aladdin was alive longer, I probably would have one-cycled there, but dodging the laser can actually be kind of hard because he kind of tracks you with it, so you really have to be precise in your jumps away. So we're going to open this fight with a few blizzards. What some people don't know is that you actually can damage him with blizzard magic. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to go after Iago here. During this fight, I'm going to mash a mixture of triangle and... uh-oh. I hit his hand, so this means he's probably going to do his laser attack. And he's going to do it a lot. So I'm going to mash a mixture of triangle and circle here to attack with myself and also to try to get my party members to attack, although Iago's very close to the edge here. And I don't know where Aladdin is. Aladdin seems to be missing. He might have... There he is, doing stuff, finally. And Iago is... I don't know what Iago's doing. He's, like, right on the ground. I don't really know what's going on here. Iago's going completely the wrong way, so this is interesting. Where is he? What's he doing up there? Okay. Well, Iago's going up there. Aladdin's running at the wall. This is cool. I'm gonna die, so I should probably heal. I'm gonna try to get Goofy and Aladdin up here. This is definitely an interesting fight. Usually he goes a completely different way. Oh, Aladdin's dead. So I'm gonna try to get up here before the walls close in. Oh! Where is Iago going? I don't know what's going on. So, yeah. Clearly something weird's going on here with, like, Iago's AI, 'cause I have no idea where he is or where he's going. Try to kill him with blizzards, maybe? Nowhere near, I guess. Very strange fight happening right now. So trying my best to just chase down Iago, who just keeps moving at this point. Get back here. Alright, finally he's going to an area that I can kind of attack him at. I think. Is he on the move again? He's on the move again. This is a very slow fight. It's going very wrong. There we go. Wow. That was a very rough fight. Don't really know what happened to Iago's AI there. Got a little messed up, it seems. But slow fight, but can't really do anything else, you know, with that. So, make the best of it. And for that we get some spell upgrades and an Ansem's report. So, that was a little bit of a crappy fight, but that's okay. Now, something else that people actually don't know a lot of times is that in this little carpet mini game after this boss here, where you're kind of escaping the collapsing treasure chamber on the magic carpet, you can actually die in this little mini game, and the game will actually continue. you don't have to play the mini game out to the finish. You can die and it will basically constitute an early exit kind of thing. So I'm gonna try to die. If I do die, it saves about 10 seconds over completing it. But basically we're gonna just kind of try to get hit by as many rocks as we can. Sounds a bit harder than it actually, or it sounds easier than it actually is. It is actually kind of hard to get the positioning and the timing right to get bopped by the rocks in order to die early here. But like I said, it's only an extra 10 seconds if you die, so it's really not that big of a deal to kind of get it or not. So we'll see what happens. So I'm gonna try to wanna. Nope, missed that one. Ah, well, all right, we missed it. We missed too many rocks now, so we're not gonna actually make it. But there is still a chance. I have to get a kind of like very frame perfect flip, and that might be enough to get me the early death here. But missed a few too many rocks, so we'll see if I can get the flip here. I have to get hit by that thing. Nope, didn't get it. Oh well. So you'll see that I'm just gonna have barely enough health left to survive, and unfortunately I didn't get the quick kill there, but that's okay. I failed at getting stoned. Couldn't do it in time. So here, we're actually not going to leave the world right away. There's one more thing we have to get. There's actually a power-up in the storage room here that we're going to grab real quick. Power-ups are actually kind of plentiful in this game. They're all over the place. We get as many of them as we can. I think we get like 4 or 5, I want to say. And it actually really does help our damage output in endgame. However, in Final Mix, they actually replaced every power-up except for one, I think, with a AP up instead. The reason for that, I'm pretty sure, is because you get so many power-ups on beginner that they really didn't want to give you all these extra during the games. They just replaced them with AP ups instead. But for the originals, you still have all those power-up chests there, so we can just go ahead and pick up those to boost our damage even more. And they do actually give you a noticeable boost for people who might have thought, oh, do they really actually increase your damage that much? Yeah, they actually do. So, we're just going to make a quick pit stop to grab that. Once I get it, I'm going to use the power-up and then equip 3 wishes and scan finally. So, starting in Monstro, we will have scan available to us. And actually, Monstro, you can actually see the extra HP that certain bosses like Parasite Cage have. Parasite Cage 1 and 2 both have significantly more health than their than their English and Final Mix counterparts, so you'll be able to see that once I put scan on. Yes, Mikoto is right. Final Mix has a lot more abilities as well, so the extra AP ups do make sense because you'll probably be equipping more abilities than you ever would in this game.
約束したろ？我々に協力すればお前の望みを叶えてやる。帰れ。迎えに行っておやり。船は用意してある。俺様の船は客船じゃないんでな。乗り心地は保証しないぜ。どうして俺のためにそこまで？何が狙いだ？
Yes, for that person who asked about scan, we're finally gonna put that on. We only got it during Jafar 1, so I promise you guys, we didn't miss out on much with it. You only missed out on Genie Jafar, so Hyper, if I have time to take bathroom breaks, I have time to type in chat. So real quick, we're gonna get 3 wishes and the genie summon here, and then we're gonna go get that power up, like I said, do a quick menu, and then head to our next world. Unfortunately, genie is never used as a summon in this run. Unfortunately, we only use Simba, so fortunately, never get to see Genie again, poor guy, but that's okay. He's always in our hearts with his wonderful voice acting. So let's pick up that power up real quick. And then scan. 3 wishes. Oh, please. Actually, there is another thing I want to mention. Some people might notice me closing out of the menu very quickly, and the reason for that actually is, and this is something that I actually did not know until I started running the game, was that if you're in the menu, no matter where you are in the menu, what you're doing, if you press the start button, you will automatically close the pause menu. I know when I played, you know, years ago, when I was young, I used to always back out of the menu with the back button, you know? But, yeah, you can just press start to auto-close the menu from wherever you are, and it does actually save time, believe it or not. With some of the menus that we do, it would actually take a while to fully back out of them. Oh, Dumbo. I'm right. I'm wrong, you're right. I completely forgot about Dumbo. We do the Dumbo skip, so we do actually get to see another summon. I completely forgot about Dumbo for some reason. Thank you for reminding me, whoever said that. I can't see your name. Outlaw Star. Thank you for that. I did forget about that. Dumbo actually allows us to do some very unique platforming in Hollow Bastion, so you'll get to see that when I get there. So our next world coming up here is Monstro. And actually, in the opening cutscenes here for Monstro, I'm actually going to step away for a couple minutes. I need to take a quick break myself. About halfway through the run now, so I can use a little break. So as these cutscenes play, I'm gonna step away, but I will be right back. And alright, I'll be back in like a minute or so. Okay, hello. I am back. So, a couple things I want to say about Monstro here before this cutscene ends. This is a relatively short world in terms of stuff to do, but a lot of stuff actually happens very quickly. First off, Parasite Cage 1, the first boss that we face, is pretty standard for what he is in every other version of the game. Excuse me. Just basically loop him until he's dead. You'll notice that he has more health, but that's about the only difference. There is one little movement tech we can do here that's kind of hard to pull off, but hopefully I'll be able to show it off, called Chamber 3 Skip. So if you know about Monstro, all the internal areas are, chambers 1 through 6 is what they're called. And we can actually do some really sick movement tech when entering the second chamber that will allow us to actually skip going into the chamber 3, and we can basically do this movement tech. It will allow us to jump and grab a ledge that will cut out some travel time for us. So I'm gonna try to get it. It's a little precise, so hopefully I'll be able to show it off, but it does save some time if we can get it. I feel like I'm obligated to say thank you for the sub, even though I'm not associated with RPG Limit Break in any way. But yes, thank you for the sub. It's the only time I'll ever be able to say that. I have no intentions of ever getting partners, so I'm gonna relish in the moment to say, thank you for the sub.
これはなんだいピノキオ。これでここから抜け出せるんだよ、お父さん。本当かい。こんなものでね。本当だよ。
Also, one other thing about this was, again, courtesy of the LP by my good friend Mist, if you actually don't do this world before Neverland and then come back afterwards, the cutscenes in here are actually 2 to 3 minutes shorter in total, because Sora has already seen Riku in Neverland, so he basically says less dialogue to him. Doesn't obviously save any time in a run because it takes too long to go to Atlantica and we'd never come back to it, but it is shorter if you do that. Alright, maybe I'm kind of associated with them. Maybe I'll be more associated with them if they ever let me do this run at an actual RPG Limit Break event. Nudge nudge, wink wink. 5 hours of pure entertainment, who would not want that? But after this little cutscene is where the movement tech's gonna come in. So, like I said, I'm gonna try to show it off. Hopefully, hopefully I'll be able to get it. If I don't get it, it's like, again, it maybe saves 10 seconds or so, so it's not that big of a deal, but it is pretty cool to show it off when it works.
俺を捕まえたら教えてやるってのはどうだ。ふざけるなよ。
Alright, here we go. So we're gonna actually attempt to re-land on the little platform here by mashing attack. And then we're gonna kind of scoot up a little bit and then jump, and I bonked. So if I didn't bonk, we'd actually grab onto the ledge over there and would allow us to flip up. But unfortunately I did bonk. So I did unfortunately miss that. So we have to kind of take the long way here, but... and see, this world is a classic camera world, as the camera never goes where you want it to, so... all this jerking motion of the camera that you see, like the camera just jerking side to side, that's not me controlling it. That is the... that is all the game right there. I have no control over that, so... shout out to this game's camera. I'm gonna just take it safe here because I don't want to roll off the edge. So, it's a little hard to get the the jump there if you clank. Normally, if you just kind of get a smooth landing, I like to call it, where you just kind of land smoothly without clanking your keyblade, it's pretty easy to get the jump. If you clank, you're actually farther into the hole than you're supposed to be, which is why I bonked my head. I tried to move outward a little bit, but I didn't move far enough out, so it's much harder, I find, when you clank to actually get the jump, so... Unfortunately, we missed it, didn't get to show that off, but maybe next time. If there was a way to fix the camera in this game, I would, but unfortunately there is no way to fix that. The camera is a giant mess, unfortunately, in this game, which is a shame, but... I mean, the game is clearly perfect in every other way, so I guess I can forgive it for its wonky camera. Yeah, does somebody have a $6 rent? Because I will move across the country to different country if you got a $6 a month rent. By all means, I will gladly take that offer. So here we're gonna see the extra HP that Parasite Cage has. You'll see he has 2 full HP bars, yellow and green. And basically the entire fight's going to be us trying to get him in this stun lock, where after our combo he just staggers constantly. Oh, kinda dropped the stun lock there. Donald did an extra hit on his head, which kinda messed things up a bit, so restore health. Yeah. Try to dodge his arms a bit here by staying low to the ground. 1 or 2 more hits, he should be dead. There you go. So, not a bad fight. Like I said, you could already see the increased health going on at this point in the run, so... It just gets worse after this, by the way. Enemies just get even more health. So Parasite Cage 2, actually, I can talk about a little bit. He's another boss that seems to suffer from some different AI than what he's supposed to. I noticed that normally you'll see runners try to do a little combo really quickly at the start of the fight to just get in some extra hits on him while he does his opening lunge attack. However, in this version, I find that if you go for the opening combo, there's a very high chance that he will not get into the stagger loop. So in order to kind of get around that AI, I just kind of wait back a second and wait for the attack to let itself happen. Then I try to get him into the stagger loop. So hopefully we'll be able to get him into a pretty good loop. This chest is going to contain high jump. The first shared ability that we have allows us to, well, jump high. So we're going to quickly put that on. And then we're going to go and get Water Gleam. Normally you would get this on the revisit to Monstro when you warp back to him before going to Halloween Town. However, in the original Kingdom Hearts, both English and Japanese, there was the chance to miss Monstro when you warp back to him. So on the off chance that we miss him, which by the way is faster by a significant amount, about 45 seconds, we will already have gotten Water Gleam. So, some movement tech there to kind of get up to this room. And then we just go up here to Parasite Cage 2. Hopefully not get bopped on the way. So, like I said, after this fight we're gonna warp back to... what's it called? We're gonna warp back to Monstro and hope that we miss him. Like I said, it is about 45 seconds faster to miss Monstro on the return trip, so hopefully we don't have to redock in him, but Yes, that's right. I forgot about that. That random box in the water is the greatest addition to KH1J. They decided to put a random box in the water in Monstro. I think it's a brilliant addition. It adds a lot of feeling to that room there. Definitely very important to have that there. So, I don't know why they removed that box. It was just so key to everything.
僕もうダメだよ。あれダメじゃないみたい。
I'm surprised at how many of you in chat like can't control your cursing. Like, usually every other word that comes out of my mouth is usually vulgar in some way, and I've actually done pretty good this run, so you all should aspire to be like me, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, got bopped. Oh boy. Alright. So now we just gotta hope to keep this stun loop for the rest of the fight. Hopefully Donald and Goofy don't mess it up like they just did. See if we can re-get it here. Or if I can like knock them down or something. Just something to... There we go. Nope. Heal quickly. Yeah, so this fight's a little rough now if he breaks out of the loop. Like I said, some really broken AI here. Oh, Donald's dead. Okay, good. Jump, Sora, please. Alright, a little sloppy, but... Yeah, it is true. I do have some pretty great hair. I don't like to, you know, brag, but I have been told that it is, it's pretty perfect, I've been told. So yeah, so, you'll be able, so, you know, hey, if you hit that follow button on my channel, you'll be able to see my great hair every time I stream, and who wouldn't want to see that? What the heck even happened is something I ask myself a lot when I play this game. There's always something that just seems to go different or seems to go wrong. Parasite Cage 2 and Pot Centipede are probably the biggest contributors to that. They have some very, very inconsistent AI, so... Definitely those two fights are where I say what the heck happened most frequently, because something always seems to happen there that's not expected. I actually prefer some of the original colors. I prefer the original Trickmaster, for example, and I actually kind of prefer original Parasite Cage color schemes. So I do enjoy some of the recolors, but a lot of them are pretty good in the original form. I'm always self-promoting. What are you talking about? There's always enough time for self-promotion. What's my favorite Keyblade? Visually, I would probably have to say I love the look of KH1's Ultimate Weapon. I really do like how it looks. I just really like the design of it. I like the yellow goldish color to it, so I think it's really well designed. I do enjoy the look of it, much more than KH2's. So like I said, when we warp here, there's about maybe a 30 to 50% chance we can miss Monstro, so Let's hope we miss him. We did. There we go. We missed Monstro. That's actually a big time save. It saves about 45 seconds over getting him, so that's actually pretty cool. So these guys like to bother us. We're just gonna kind of lure them upstream here, and then on our way. Now for arguably probably the only world that could give Agrabah a run for its money in the category of worst world. This world is extremely difficult to do fast and consistent. There's a lot of small things that can go wrong. Not a lot of RNG, thankfully, but just a lot of kind of difficult bosses. Like basically the entire world is a boss rush. I mean, by the end of the world, you face like 3 bosses back to back to back. So it is a rough world. It does, however, have probably my favorite strat in the whole run. On Oogie Boogie 1, we do a Berserk strat, which basically cuts the duration of the fight in half. So, really excited to show that off. It's a really cool strat that really only works in this version. Up here, actually, is another power-up. This power-up does still exist in the Final Mix version of the game. The only one that I know of. So we're just going to grab that really quick. World record is not optimized enough for that to be reset worthy, only because world record does not have the early Earthshine clip route, which saves about, I want to say, 30 seconds or so. So there's about a minute and a half worth of time save on world record just up through Simba. I will say, however, world record has probably one of the greatest mid-games from Monstro through Neverland that I have ever personally seen. Zetrus, who you saw earlier in the marathon, is actually the world record holder for this game, and his Halloween Town is probably one of the best showings of skill in KH1 that I've ever seen. He had an amazing Halloween Town in that run. So, world record's not quite that optimized, but it is a really big hit to miss it still. It does still really kind of hurt. So coming up after this next little cutscene is, whoops, it's the stairs, is what I like to consider to be one of the worst menus in the run, just because it's a very large menu that does a lot of things. And I'm going to try to explain it up beforehand, because after this I don't have much time to explain anything, because there's not a lot of cutscenes after this main one here. So, in the upcoming menu I'm going to do a lot of things. I'm going to use the power-up on Sora. I'm going to take Jack's Ethers and Potion. I'm going to turn off all of Jack's attacking abilities. His Fire, Thunder, Blizzard, Cure, all of them are going to be turned off. I'm going to turn on Berserk for Sora. I'm going to turn on Goofy Tornado and Cheer for Goofy. And then I'm finally going to put on Ray of Light over Brave Warrior on Sora, which gives me 1 extra MP. So, a lot of things I have to do in this menu coming up here, but it sets up basically the rest of the world. It has a lot of very important things that I need to do, so... Hopefully I don't forget anything. Every once in a while I'll forget it. Yes, in terms of cutscenes, there are probably about 2 hours and 20 minutes to 2 hours and 30 minutes worth of cutscenes in this run. It's probably closer to 220 than 230, but it's a very, very high amount of cutscenes. Not as bad as some other games like Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X has an even worse ratio. It's got like 60 to 40 in terms of cutscenes. So, definitely not as many as that, but both these games kind of have a high cutscene ratio if you don't spend a lot of time grinding. they expect it to be kind of broken up by, you know, killing enemies and leveling up and whatnot, so it doesn't feel as monotonous, but there are a few cases where you do notice a large stretch of cutscenes happen to come up. So, I'm gonna kind of focus on this menu coming up here because I do have a lot of stuff to do. Want to make sure I don't miss anything. Have my notes available, obviously, to help me remember everything, so should be fine.
材料が足りなかったのかもしれん。記憶も入れてみよう。サリー、サリー、どこへ行ったんだ。わしが作ってやった恩も忘れおって。記憶はサリーのやつが持っとる。サリーを探してきてくれ。
いいとも。そら。
So we're not gonna put Jack in our party right here, but we will need him later, which is why we take off his abilities now. So we're gonna quickly do this. Perfect. Speaking of Final Fantasy X, I actually do run Final Fantasy X from time to time. I do it when I have the time because it is such a long run, 10, 11 hours. It does take a long time to do it, but I have done a few runs in the past. I actually did them as recent as October of last year. I did a couple runs over the course of a few weeks, so every once in a while I will run that game. It's very, very, very comfy to say the least, but it's very cutscene heavy. Very, very tiring run to watch, definitely. So we're gonna just go to the graveyard now. The reason why we put Ray of Light on is that magic is our greatest weapon in this world. Especially the Blizzara spell, which does hit a wide range of enemies. Allows us to basically do a lot of damage spread out over a wide area. So, like you saw there on the shadows, we're gonna wipe out those search ghosts quickly. And then finally... Oh! They lived. So, there we go. Good fight there. A couple of the White Knights lived a little bit after the blizzards, but Goofy looks like they Goofy took care of them for me. Maybe one day, Casa. If I can find time where I want to do a 10 or 12 hour run again, I will. Oh, yes. Order of Ambrosia. Order of Ambrosia is a really cool run, but yeah, that run is, that run's a hefty one. Yep, I agree. I'm still mad that Square hasn't given us a version of FF10 yet that can skip cutscenes. It would be one of my most run games if I could skip cutscenes, so... it is what it is. One day, maybe they will. Oh, and... What the hell? That was an interesting camera. Somebody mentioned about the menus. I can read the menus in the sense that I recognize, like, a few characters, so... when I do abilities, it's all position. So when I look at abilities, I don't think equip Berserk. I think equip Sora's bottom ability, because I know at that time the bottom ability is Berserk. Same thing like equip the second ability, because I know that's Combo Master, or not Combo Master, excuse me, Combo Plus. I don't, think of it as Combo Plus, I think of it as ability number 2. In terms of items and equipment, I look for a few defining characters. So for items, I know what a potion looks like, I know what a, ether looks like, I know what an elixir looks like, and whatnot. And then I know also for the equipment, I know what, Ray of Light looks like, etc. So I recognize like a couple characters here and there as opposed to like full words, so. Final Fantasy X, I believe, without cutscenes would be about 4 hours, yes. A Final Fantasy X run is about 6 hours of cutscenes, so, yeah. That's why I said it was about a 60-40 ratio in terms of gameplay to cutscenes, so.
俺の手をいや心を汚さずにハートレスを操れるってわけだ。
So coming up here, we're making another return trip to the graveyard. We can actually do some more movement tech here that will allow us to skip fighting some enemies, if I can do it. However, if we get white mushrooms, we don't have to do the movement tech because the white mushrooms will be there to take up the enemy spawns. So we'll see if we have to do the movement or not. And we do have to do it, so let's just... So we kill the enemies first. Then we fire these guys to death. You can see how little damage fire does here, by the way. And the next thing we're going to try to do is we're going to try to hop on these gravestones. And then roll here. And we skip fighting a bunch of enemies. So I got that, which is pretty good. Nice to always get that. We're going to talk to our friend the mayor here and play a mini game. Kinda some bad luck on these spawns, kinda in some, hello, ugly spots, but... Oh, come on. Come on. I know a lot of people that would run Final Fantasy X if it wasn't for the cutscenes, which, I mean, like I said, what the heck am I targeting? Not what I want to. So it is a shame that Square has yet to do that because, you know, a lot of people would really be interested in running that game if they did include that, but at this point I'm pretty sure it's never gonna happen, you know. They haven't done it yet, even for the PC release, so who knows what's gonna happen. Whoops. I'm not dodge rolling here because I was actually taking a drink of water. So now we're actually going to head towards Oogie's Manor. And Oogie Manor actually has some of the most interesting and frustrating platforming in the whole game. We utilize a series of jumps called Community Climb that allow us to basically climb the manor faster than if we were to go through it normally. It's called Community Climb because many years ago, I think probably almost 3 years now at this point, a very large race of 1.5 was going to happen. Maybe like, I don't know, 9 people or something. It was going to be a lot of people. And somebody actually posted a video in one of the chats of them doing the first couple jumps that we utilize in Community Climb. And they said, you know, hey, look what I found. And it essentially postponed the entire race for like a half hour or more while everybody investigated these jumps and found the most optimal way to climb up Oogie Manor. So it became known as Community Climb because it was basically a community effort to find these jumps here. So they are a little difficult, I will say. They're a little tricky to pull off. Some wonky collision detection every now and then. So, but hopefully we'll be fine. We're gonna toss an ether real quick because I want full MP going into this little fight. And we're gonna immediately blizzard a lot. And we're gonna quickly also give Sora back Brave Warrior because we no longer... Oh, don't use the ethers. Just... because we actually want the strength again for Lock, Shock, and Barrel as opposed to the MP, so... I still remember who came up with it too, but yeah, they were a controversial member of the community, so... It just became known as Community Climb and was branded a community effort. So, hopefully I don't fall off here, because if I fall off, it's going to be a little embarrassing. So, we'll see. But at this point now, it's basically a boss rush. I'm kind of not going to explain any of these bosses as I do them, I'll try my best to, but it's actually gonna be very difficult to focus on the bosses and talk at the same time, and because they happen so close to one another, it's gonna, oh boy. Let's just, you know, pretend that that didn't happen. Just get up. Alright, it's the first jump, and we fell off. Kinda ate my jump input there, so that's a little unfortunate. We just get to go and try again. Not the end of the world, but it does suck when that happens. And yes, for those asking, this is played on an actual Japanese PlayStation 2 with a legitimate copy of the game. Come on. There we go. And one more jump, we actually do this jump right here. Look how cool that is. I'm gonna toss this ether real quick, just to get some full MP back for the lock, shock, and barrel fight. And I have one extra ether, so I can use it here if I need to. Otherwise, I might save it for later. But basically, the strat here is going to be blizzard the kids, and then just smack the crap out of them. I try to save 1 MP for healing purposes, basically. Kids are being very aggressive right now. Oh! Alright. Whew. Little rough there. Got a little sketchy in some points. They got a little aggressive there. So now I'm actually going to do something here. I'm going to switch Donald out for Jack. And that's the gummy ship. And I need that for the Berserk strat to work. Also, a quick, I saw a question about a backwards compatible PS3. So, backward compatible PS3s actually save a lot of time in loading, like well over a few minutes in terms of loads. As of right now, because backwards compatible PS3s are difficult to come by, although a few people do have them and occasionally do runs of it, they're currently not on the leaderboards as an accepted console. If enough people run the game on a backwards compatible PS3, it will be added as a miscellaneous category to the leaderboards. I think we need like 2 runners to have videos of it. So right now it's not accepted on the leaderboards for that reason, but if enough people ever were to do it, they would add it to the leaderboards as like a miscellaneous category, just because it saves way too much time in terms of loading in order to integrate it with the main category on PS2. So Berserk strat, very scary. I spend a lot of time in beeping health, so I hope you like beeping. There's a very particular setup to do this. It will allow me to basically get into critical health, and I'll explain more about the strat after the fight itself, because Oogie Manor is very interesting, or very uninteresting, I should say. So I need to find Oogie because I actually need to get bopped by the exploding dice. There we go. So now we just gotta kill these guys off. One of them's still alive. I don't know where it is. There it is. Just attack it. There we go. So now we need to get on the same platform as Oogie. And we need to let him smack us 2 times. Once. He's gonna... There we go. Now, look at our damage on him. I couldn't reflect the last dice. That's unfortunate. Gonna go ahead and get back into critical health here and avoid that thing. And now I just gotta get on the same platform as Oogie again. And go ahead and kill him. So, a little scary there. But that's the berserk strat. You can actually speed that up a bit by deflecting all of the dice. But I did miss one of the die, so unfortunately I couldn't get the fast 2 cycle, but this fight used to actually be 4 cycles long. It used to take 4 cycles of attacks on Oogie in order to actually kill him. But that runner we keep mentioning, the KH1 god himself, Zetrus, he was doing a stream of this, and he actually mentioned that he was thinking about using Berserk on this fight. So he tested it and saw how much damage he did. And so I worked with him, and I came up with the setup for it, which is the, you know, get hit by the dice, then get slapped twice, then cure once, and then get slapped again. And that puts you right into Berserk every time. So his idea, my strat, and my setup, and together, you know, the two of us came up with Berserk strats. It's kind of why we took off all of Jack's abilities, because we don't want anybody healing us. That's why we removed Donald and we put in Jack without his cure on, because we can't have either of them cure us, obviously, otherwise the strat would go kaputski. So that's the point behind including Jack in this without any attacking abilities, and you don't want him attacking during that fight anyway, because you only get 10 hits on Oogie per cycle, and your party members do count towards that, so all in all, it works out pretty good. Get up there. Ow. Now Oogie Manor, just destroy the orbs, has a lot of really great movement tech. Stay out of the way of this fireball. And apparently clank on the side too in the process. Come on. It is possible to kill each of these orbs with a blizzard, and yeah. It's possible to kill those orbs with a blizzard instead of a combo finisher, but it is just incredibly risky, because you can kind of drop the combo a bit, and it obviously wastes time to drop the combo there, so. I need to heal, so we're gonna just get over here real quick, pop a cure. Ugh. A little bit of a swag, whoa! Whoa! A little bit of a swag jump we can do here to get up here a little faster. Come on. Alright. A little bit of a slow fight there. The gargoyles were a little rough. Yeah, this fight, it features a mixture of everything that makes this game so great. Terrible platforming, gargoyles, and the camera. It's a perfect fight in every way. And that's Halloween Town. Like I said, it's a very difficult world to do quickly just because it is so inconsistent. But hey, what are you gonna do? Come on, boy! Come on, boy! Hit the orbs! Hit the orbs! Let's go! Come on! Come on! I hope that talking to Sora like that, you know, as long as he doesn't think that I'm angry at him, maybe he'll perform better and actually do what I tell him to, so I try to treat him with as much respect as I can. So here we have another quick menu that basically involves equipping some abilities and customizing some magic, mostly. I will talk about the abilities in a second because this ends very quickly and I have to go and do the menu. So actually the first thing we do here is give Sora Pumpkinhead, then we go to the abilities. Sora gets those two. Goofy, we actually take off that. Oops, not that. And equip MP gift, that wonderful MP gift we were talking about. I edit my magic here, and then I also edit Goofy's customize. Now, the reason why we edited Goofy's customized there is the fact that we actually want him to use MP restoration abilities more frequently than not, because we did just give him MP gift. So we basically changed his customization to make his AI a bit more useful, so to speak, so that he gives us MP gift more often. Some other things I did in that menu, I customized my magic. I moved Cure from square to circle. I put gravity on triangle, and I put stop on square. Gravity and stop are very useful for the rest of the game. And the final thing that I did was I equipped a bunch of abilities. I took off Goofy Tornado, like I mentioned, and then I put on MP Gift. And for Sora, I equipped what two abilities are those? I think that's Air Combo Plus and something else. I actually don't know what that other ability is I equipped on Sora, but I know I need it. My mind's drawing a blank on what that ability is, but I do know it's very necessary. So now we're gonna hope that Hook shows up. Some people recommended talking to Hook like a small puppy. So, you know, maybe come on Hook, show up, buddy, come on, you can do it. I know you want to. Come on, you can do it, Hook. Come on, boy, come on. Come on, you gonna do it? You gonna be nice? You gonna be nice? Yeah. Hey, all right. There you go. Whoever suggested that first, and you know, there you go. I dedicate that to you. So yeah, a little note here coming up. Actually, this world is one of the most cutscene intensive in the entire game. Basically, if now is the time where you guys want to stretch, take your own bathroom break, get some food, get something to drink, now would be the time to do it. There is a lot of cutscenes to go through here, so definitely if you need to take any kind of break or want to just, you know, stretch your own legs, now's the time to do it, because not much really happens here aside from a couple boss fights. So for those that are, you know, sticking around and not taking a little break, that encounter of Hook's ship is completely RNG based. The ship will appear 100% of the time if you complete all 3 of Halloween Town, Monstro, and Atlantica. If you complete 2 of them, it has a 70% chance to show up and a 30% chance to not show up. Also, Japanese Hook is one of the best voice actors in the game. So, we have to hope for a 70% chance to get the ship first try, otherwise every loss takes about 45 seconds to a minute of time loss, so we really don't want to miss this ship. So, do you have time for a shower? You'll probably miss all of Neverland, but yes, you could probably take a shower. So, yeah, that whole encountering of the ship is all RNG based. We kind of just hope for the best, and if it shows up, it shows up. If not, well, there goes your time loss, I guess. So like I said, JP Hook, one of the best voice actors. Then on the contrary, Japanese Smee, one of the worst. Oh, sorry Hook, I'll be quiet.
いえ、何も。本当に本当？気のせいか？ああ、やだやだ。Hey, I just like to be explicit in my percentages there. I know it's an implied 30%, but might as well be clear for the sake of, you know, be clear for the sake of clarity. Go figure. So, here we have the option to put Peter Pan in our
party. But, however, we actually don't need him yet. We need him later on, but not right now, so we're just gonna kind of bypass him at this point. I don't think I can shower with you during one of the long cutscenes. I don't think my girlfriend would be too happy about that.
そういう自分も捕まったんじゃないの？僕は待ってるだけさ。誰を？
And yeah, what Darkly said is correct. Without cutscenes, it is one of the shorter worlds in the run. Cutscenes definitely make up the majority of this world. It's very long for that reason only, so... And unfortunately, this is where, like, a ton of the, plot happens. A lot of the main plot of the game, is revealed in this world, so... It's an important world for that, but a terrible world because... There's, well, not much to do in it, I should say. A lot of the movement, even through the ship, is very small in terms of, you know, what you could do. The game is in Japanese because I am playing a Japanese game on a Japanese console. I, however, am not Japanese. Here there's actually this is a very weird load zone because you can do that. So, little bit of a bizarre load zone there. It extends for some reason in very strange directions. So we can actually hit the load zone by basically jumping and swinging. And yes, KH1J is extremely broken compared to every other version, as I'm sure many people have already noticed throughout the duration of this run. There are a few more broken fights, actually, so you will see a number of some... Well, not a lot, but there will be a few more interesting fights coming up, especially once we get a hold of Ars Arcanum after this world. Ars Arcanum is by far the strongest ability that we have available to us. I'm not Japanese. You're gonna have to ask my parents on that one. Something tells me that was their doing, not my own. But that is a good point. Speedrunning does cause you to become Japanese. I am honorarily Japanese at this point, I think. So, it's, you know, the best I can get right now is, you know, the honorary title of a Japanese person. Thank you for the luck mushroom. And also, I've seen a ton of people come in and say good luck at various points. I haven't been able to say thank you to everybody, but... Also, this is a terrible voice acting job by Smee right here. But yeah, so thank you to anybody who said good luck throughout this that I might not have directly thanked. Yeah, that is correct. Pretty much KH games don't have large sequence breaks because of, it seems to be the way in which they're programmed. Like I mentioned earlier, there was a potential for us to sequence break it and skip everything related to the emblem door in Hollow Bastion. And I'll explain why that doesn't work when we get to that point, but it does appear to be that the games actually are just programmed in such a way that it will always prevent you from being able to sequence break it under some very strange circumstances, probably, so... Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, these games are pretty solid and will probably continue to be. For Kingdom Hearts specifically, the Japanese versions of the PS2 titles, KH2 and KH1, the Japanese versions are different runs. So, it's not an option of, like, using it to save time, it's just a completely different run because it's basically a completely different game. Otherwise, I would recommend only using it if you're, like, for 1.5 or something like that, if you're trying to go for world record. Because the Japanese version of the game only saves maybe, like, 30 to 50 seconds in text. It's not a large time save, especially with the English-only route because of the, Earthshine clip in Traverse Town, so Japanese really isn't worth it unless you are looking to get world record, basically. And yes, core escape is the closest thing to a sequence break. All of a sudden, we're thrown into a fight. This fight really kind of sucks because this guy moves around a lot. And also, this fight, if anybody... this fight is probably the biggest fight for which we want to... Donald, you gonna heal me? For which we wish that we could just, like, violently expel Donald and Goofy from the game. Donald and Goofy push this guy around. They really mess up the fight in so many ways. We really wish they weren't a thing. So... we kind of really wish that they would just go away. Unfortunately, they don't. And this fight is basically... the hell did I... okay. So we just kind of really have to make the best of this fight with them alive. Hope that they die relatively quickly. Doesn't seem like they are though, so kind of stuck with them. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to loop him by attacking him right after he comes out of the explosion. It's a little precise timing. I'm missing it though, unfortunately, so hopefully I'll get it a few times just to kind of show it off. But ideally that's what you want to do. There we go. See, I got it right there. So we want to do that to basically keep him from going back in the ground. A little slow there on my combo. Also, both Donald and Goofy are dead, so this is pretty much the best case scenario for this fight, is to have both of them dead. Trying to find the real one here. Ah! Too many clones to target. I will say that is the good thing about Donald and Goofy being alive, is that when they're alive, they do kill the clones for you, so... although right now, they're really kind of trapping me in the corner with them. Oh, what the heck? Come here. Should be about one more cycle of attacks. Ah, missed the loop. That's okay. We'll kill him right here. Or we can try to. Come on. Okay, fine, I'll heal myself. I was really hoping that one of my party members would actually do something. I just need like 2 more hits. There we go. Holy cow. So, little rough there in that fight. Didn't quite go as planned. Donald and Goofy kind of got in the way a lot, but... also, I need to quickly turn off Peter Pan's first ability. I need to give Donald these 3, and then I need to, whoops, give Sora Raven's Claw. Yes, so you can use Blizzard to get rid of the clones. The only reason why I wasn't doing that was because, Blizzard's not in my config menu right now, so I'd have to actually go into the magic menu to access it. And it's a little clunky to do that, so I was trying to avoid having to do that because I didn't want to waste the time to try to make sure that I actually get into the magic menu properly to do it, so... we'll jump here to get up higher, and you can actually get off the ladder and still hit the load zone. So, what the hell? Nice camera. So, I could have used the Blizzard there when Donald and Goofy were dead, but little cumbersome to use if it's not shortcutted for me. So, but yeah, that fight wasn't bad. Little sloppy in some parts. Donald and Goofy made a mess of it a lot, and I missed the loop. But the loop's got some pretty tight timing on it. It takes a lot of practice, so I'm not upset about missing it a few times. I expected the party members to help me in some way. What am I, crazy? So, here's actually a case where in 1.5 beginner, actually you will see 1.5 beginner later in the marathon. It's at 4 AM Eastern time tonight. Saiyans will be doing it. He is an Australian runner of ours, so that's why it's kind of in a late time slot, 'cause it's a really good time for him given his location. So if you're not awake for that, you will see 1.5 beginner all worlds. It'll be a race between Beckworth and your boy Be True. So if you want to see 1.5 run, which is again a completely different run than 1J and also 1.5 Proud that we saw open the marathon, so you get to see a lot of really fast paced fights and everything because you're on the easiest difficulty. So definitely check out that if you're interested in seeing some different strats that are available. But anyway, in 1.5 beginner, you can actually use Simba here to destroy 2 waves of Heartless. However, Simba is, like I said, incredibly weak in this version, so we choose not to use him, and we just kind of kill everything manually. Hopefully Peter Pan won't mess us up and use Stop too much, but this is where we include Peter Pan in our party. Oh, it's not a race anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, somebody will still be doing the All Worlds run, so I definitely recommend checking it out if you don't get to watch Saiyans' beginner run. I'm not sure who's still doing it, but definitely good luck to whoever is still doing the run. And it's a shame that we weren't able to get the race out of it, but happens. People, run into issues that they have to take care of or timing problems, can't really be helped. So, Peter Pan. Peter Pan being ever so helpful in stopping one of them. So we're gonna get ahead and get in the air here because air pirates are spawning next. I heard Peter Pan stop one again. Let's find another one we can fight. Was that guy pointing like Babe Ruth to the outfield or something? Like, did you see that? The guy was just like pointing like, yo, you're next. Like, I'm going there. Oh, Peter Pan and your stops. Beatrice is commentating while Beckworth does it. Alright, well definitely still check that out. It's going to be a really great run. You will also get to see all of the worlds that we skip. And what the hell? Where are you going? Where's the ship going? It's just like running away. You're going to be able to see all of the worlds that we skip in this run, including Olympus and Atlantica, so definitely if you want to see those worlds for the first time in the marathon, definitely check out that run. Also, again, I don't know why the ship was like fleeing combat there. The ship was just completely taken off, didn't want anything to do with us, but that's okay. Real quick here, I'm actually going to do what is called a room save. So, if I die to this fight, I have to rewatch all of these cutscenes and do that entire fight again. So in order to prevent that, I'm actually going to just completely leave the boss fight. And what that does is that ensures that if I do die during the fight, I just respawn right there, coming out the door, so that I do not have to watch the cutscene and do the fight again. Just a little quick safety strat to, ensure that we don't lose a lot of time to basically watching those cutscenes. And if anybody's wondering how many minutes that loses to watch those cutscenes again, it's about an 8-minute time loss to watch those cutscenes. And can you get off the ledge there, Hook? Or you can just jump in the water, I guess. That's okay. That's fine. Where are you? Also, this is Captain Hook's DM. We're gonna do a jump and deflect on every part of it to prevent any damage from happening. And then just kind of have to continue attacking Hook, try to get full combos on him. We don't really want to launch him off the edge like that because it takes forever for him to come back to us, so. Oh! Oh my goodness gracious, again. This is obnoxious. Ah. We got a second DM here on him, that's fine. A little bit of a slow fight, but we're not gonna die, so. Really can't ask for anything else in a marathon setting. Oh, and look at that, the ship actually blew up too at the very end. Is it around 4 minutes, Sonic? All I know is the one run where I did die there one time, when I redid it, I saved 8 minutes. So, yeah, I probably said it as 8 minutes like twice because I have to watch it twice, you know. But yeah, that would probably be where I got the 8 minutes from because I do have to watch it twice. So it ends up being, you know, an 8-minute long fight. But yeah. Oh, stop! I did actually forget to talk about stop. Stop is actually bad in this version. Stop lasts significantly less. And you'll notice that on Dragon Mal, where stop doesn't really last all that long. They gave it a bit of a boost and a buff in later versions of the game because it is essentially a kind of useless spell here. It's still useful on Dragon Mal because we still need to keep her stopped as long as we can. But it is quite bad normally. It doesn't really do much of anything. So it's unfortunate, but we just have to do without stop for the most part, except for Dragon Mal because of the fact that it is so underpowered. A lot of things in this game did receive boosts in later versions, including Stop, Simba, other things like that, while other things got nerfed, including Sora's damage. Yeah, thank you for the luck, Stunt Coyote. Gonna put my water down. What's not bad in this... Why? Come on. What's not bad in this version is just about everything else. No, there's a lot of things that are a little underpowered in this version, but it has a lot of redeeming qualities simply for its uniqueness. If you were to just kind of like look at this game and ignore its quirks and ignore it from like a speedrunning perspective, it's not a very good game. Let's be honest, it's nowhere near as good as original KH, or definitely not as good as Final Mix, so its goodness, I guess, comes from its novelty. There are no other spell differences, no. The only other spell difference is that fire costs less MP and is a little weaker as a result of it. Every other spell is exactly the same. Stop doesn't last as long, fire costs less, and does a little bit less damage. So, those are the only spell differences. Everything else is exactly what you'd expect it to be. Gravity is still gravity, arrow is still arrow. Everything else is normal. Oh yes, Ars Arcanum. If you, I wasn't thinking directly Ars, but yes, Ars is also 2 MP instead of 3. Which got changed immediately for the English version. Yeah, and actually I just got Ars after this fight, so immediately I'm gonna jump into using Ars. So you're gonna definitely get a look of Ars Arcanum and its power very quickly for what it does with this run. So definitely keep an eye out for that. Huh. Yeah, hopefully you guys have all been enjoying the marathon now. It's been going for over a day now, about a day and a half. We've had a lot of great runs so far. We've had a couple of PBs as well. Swift KH PB'd in Recom Riku's Story, and Abandon the Myriad PB'd in Ven Beginner yesterday. We also Salad was also very close to PB in KH2, and Sephiroth had an amazing run last night. Did the whole graveyard shift for us, doing 100% Jiminy's Journal for KH2, which one of the comfiest and coolest runs that you know probably out there. So we've had a lot of great runs so far, and we still have one more day of it. A lot of really cool stuff coming up after the fact, after this run. Right after this run actually is BB is going to be doing 2FM Data Org RTA, which is probably one of the most high adrenaline and most exciting runs in all of Kingdom Hearts speedrunning. So definitely stick around for that one. It's short, only about a half an hour or so, but it's got a lot of really incredible combat mechanics, and BB is an amazing runner. So definitely stick around for the last day of the marathon. You guys will not be disappointed.
ピーター、ネバーランドに帰ってしまうの？
That being said, we are now entering into the final third of the game. Pretty much all that's left in what I consider to be mid-game is opposite armor. After that, we only have actually about an hour and a half or so left to the game after opposite armor, so not much time left. Want to say between about an hour and a half and 2 hours from this point. So, Riku 2, you can still loop the exact same way as you would in every other version of the game. So Riku 2 strat is exactly the same. A couple things we're going to equip here. First of all, we're going to equip Fairy Harp. Now Sora is going to get... Whoops. Where am I going? Oh, Glide, duh. I was like, I'm thinking one thing. What is it? So what we did there was we gave Sora, Aerial Sweep and Ars Arcanum, as well as Fairy Harp, and we equipped the shared ability Glide. So. Come on. Alright. We're going to quickly go back to Traverse Town here. We're going to make a quick pit stop in Merlin's to get the Dumbo summon, which was what Water Gleam was that we picked up back in Monstro. So we're going to go ahead and give the Fairy Godmother Water Gleam in order to get the Dumbo summon. And then actually, after this, there's a little power-up we can get with some really cool movement tech. So I'm going to try to get it. It's little hard to get the movement for this, so we're gonna try to get the movement here for a free power-up. This power-up really doesn't matter if you get it or not. It does help a little bit, but it doesn't do much, so I usually only try for it once, maybe twice. I might go for it twice in the marathon, but we basically glide up here and then jump over there to that chest. I'll go for it one more time. It's normally you have to use a yellow trinity to do this, but we can just... Ah, there we go. I got it. Second try. So we can just go ahead and grab that free power-up. Like I said, it's not really important. It doesn't really do much for your damage output. It just helps a little bit. So, every little bit helps, right? So now we're going to go ahead and go do opposite armor. Opposite armor, you're maybe used to doing in the second visit to Traverse Town. Also some more cool movement here. I'm going to just glide over here to save some time. But oh, hello. We actually put off doing opposite armor until later on because he's much easier once we have more MP from Fairy Harp and also once we have abilities like Ars Arcanum. So it is definitely easier to put him off until later on, and whenever you do him, it doesn't really matter. So we just, you know, postpone him. So here we're going to see the first use of Ars. Hello. To just kind of tear through all of these guys. Oh, one's still alive. Come back here. So, just kind of decimated them. But, yeah, like you saw, it only took 2 MP for me to use that, so definitely very useful to have Rs be only 2 MP. Makes everything a lot easier. Now, opposite armor has a very interesting strat. What I'm going to try to do is, if you parry his lunge attacks, you can get in basically a free Rs on one of his limbs. However, we actually don't have the ability Guard yet. And so unfortunately, we're going to have to basically do an in-the-air deflection. Also, see somebody complaining about the quality. I did drop 92 frames. I don't know when that happened. So hopefully the quality is still okay. If it's not, hopefully the restreamer can maybe take a look at everything and make sure that it's okay. But didn't get the quick knockdown. That's fine. But I myself have only dropped a few frames, so hopefully the quality is not too miserable for anybody. So like I said, I'm going to try to do an in-the-air deflection of the lunge attack. It's a little precise. It's a little difficult. Hopefully I get it, because it'll allow me to get some free damage in. So let's see what happens here. I'm going to go ahead and try to time this. Ah, I got it. Didn't get the second time, but no, goofy. MP gift, man. Ah, can we hit something? Oh, what the heck is going on? Come on. Back here. I can't. Where is he? What is going on, opposite armor? I can't. I can't hit anything. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. What is this fight right now? I cannot get anywhere near this guy. Get your butt back here. This is a very interesting fight right now. I don't really know what he's doing, but I can't like get near him to do any attacks. There we go. A little bit of an issue here. A little sloppy there. I don't really know why he got away from me, but... a little bit of a sloppy fight there, but not too bad. So yeah, that now concludes mid-game, and at this point we basically head for the final home stretch, so to speak. I want to say we got maybe about an hour 30 minutes left, roughly. Hour 30, hour 40 from this point forward, so buckle up for the ending part of the run, basically. We got another kind of big cutscene coming up here with where Sora sees you know, the vision of Kairi talking to her grandmother. I'm actually probably going to use this time to take my last little break for the... Oh, I forgot, I can't mash text there. The screen will flash black like that if you try to mash through that opening text, don't know why. But yeah, I'm actually going to use this time to take probably my last break for the rest of the run. So I'm going to be back in just a minute. Alright, I'm back. Alright. So yeah. Last little, last part of the game now is what we're heading into, so. From here on out, it's, we go to probably one of the best worlds in the entire, game, Hollow Bastion. It's definitely my favorite. It also has a lot of really interesting parts to it. A lot of really interesting movements, some crazy boss fights, so definitely very exciting world to go through. So actually, on my way to Hollow Bastion, I will, well, actually, you know what? No, I'll explain that later. Because I was going to explain, something, but, I'll probably cover that, during one of the cutscenes before Riku 1, because it's a very long cutscene.
Are?
どうしたの？
なんでもない。カイリ、俺を呼んだのか？
Alright, so now we just head out. If you're used to watching 1.5, you'll notice that normally at this time we equipped the Flare G gummy to add extra speed. However, the chest that we normally get Flare G out of, which is a chest in the clock tower at Neverland, it's actually puppies in this version. So there is no Flare G at our normal at the normal location, so we couldn't get it, unfortunately. We will still be getting another gummy piece in Hollow Bastion 1 to kind of increase our speed. But we just have to kind of hold out on it until then, so a little bit of a slower flight to Hollow Bastion than maybe what we are used to, but this is probably, you know, the coolest gummy music, so at least we get to enjoy that just for just a little bit longer. So with the Flare G on, you actually have to be in the top right corner to not get hit by that thing, but because we're going a little bit slower, we can just kind of stay straight in front of it and it ain't gonna bother us. Alright, so like I said, definitely the coolest world here. Definitely has the best look to it. Without a doubt, I would say. Alright, so we got a little bit of a cutscene here. There's one thing I mentioned about this world. So I'm sure, as many of you probably remember, you remember going through the bubbles and going, like, you know, under the waterway and everything in this world. Well, in classic 1J spirit, the bubble animation has, well, it's a little different than maybe what you're expecting. So keep an eye out for that in a few minutes when I enter some of the bubbles for the first time, because you're gonna notice something a little funny here. Fortunately, we gotta get through this whole cutscene with Riku just antagonizing Beast. You know, usually not the smartest thing to do to antagonize someone who's bigger than you, but I guess if, you know, if you're gonna bring a sword when he has his fists, you got an advantage.
遅かったな。待ってたんだ、お前を。俺たちはいつも何かを取り合ってた。お前は俺のもの、俺はお前のもの。リク。でももう終わりにしようぜ。勇者は2人いらないんだ。何が言いたいんだ、リク。キーブレードが答えてくれ。
Hey, thank you for the luck, Lyrical Demon. A lot of people are also hoping to play KH on PC one day, so who knows? Maybe around the time KH3 finally comes out, maybe they'll finally meet that wish of everybody, or who knows? As someone who doesn't do much PC gaming myself, it doesn't really bother me that much that they're not on there, especially because I have them, you know, for all of the older systems as well, so.
それがお前だっていうのか。俺は今までそのキーブレードで戦ってきたんだ。俺に会うまでの暇つぶしだったのさ。ソラ、お前の出番はもうない。
Why? How did Beast hurt you, Steffi? Did Beast hurt you? Did Beast hurt you last night? Last nights? Jesus, I can't talk anymore. Been playing for too long. So there's a Mega Elixir here in Rising Falls. We're actually going to grab the Mega Elixir in the second visit to Hollow Bastion. We don't need to grab it right now, so we'll just kind of look for it later. You know, yeah, Raptor, you're not the first one to say that. There are a lot of people who agree with you on that one. And yes, on the subject of ports, as much of a disappointment as 2.5 and 1.5 were in their own ways, the actual port of DDD in 2.8 was actually very well done. It runs very smoothly at what is it? It's runs very smooth at 60 FPS, and it's basically, it doesn't suffer from any crashing. It loads very quickly, and is just a really great port. Obviously, it's still kind of a, you know, if you didn't like the game to begin with, you're not suddenly gonna like it this time. But from a port perspective, it's pretty good. I missed my jump. Alright. So, a little bit of a fun fact here. This is the only load zone that you can roll into in this game. Alright, so now, like I said, remember those bubbles I was talking about? Look at this animation. Oh, look at this glorious animation. And it just gets better, I promise. Oh, can't even dodge roll the right way. These bubbles plus this game's camera, just hello. Gotta do a little dodge roll here because we can move while in the bubbles apparently. Come on. Also, this camera, The cutscenes at the little doors here moving are completely terrible. I mean, great. If DDD on the PS4 has crashed for you, that's definitely unfortunate. I actually haven't heard many reports of crashes on that, so hopefully that, isn't, a problem with your copy or anything like that. Come on. Thank you, Beast. This entire part is a masterful piece of KH1J. You have, like I said, you've got the legendary camera, the door moving cutscenes, you've got the bubbles. It's a hell of an experience. I'm gonna make a quick pit stop at the save point here. I want to have as much MP as possible for Riku 1, so... So we're gonna try to get as out of the way of these dark balls here. I kind of took a long way there because if you take a shorter path, the dark balls can kind of follow you, so we take a bit of a longer path there to discourage them from following. And it does kind of help that Beast didn't attack to wipe them out, so... Now we're just gonna go to... Oops, hello, door. So now we're just gonna go and take a trip to go face our old buddy for the first time. Basically, this is the first introduction of, basically mash R's to win. From here on out, every boss fight is basically, can you use R's? If the answer is yes, then you use R's. If the answer is no, then dang, that really sucks. But, yeah, so, bit of a long cutscene here. So I'll kind of use this time to actually explain a little bit about one of the sadder parts of Hollow Bastion. So we do a Dumbo skip later on that you'll be able to see. And basically what happens is you can do the Dumbo skip after Riku 1. No, Dark Matter was not in other versions. It was a Final Mix exclusive version, or exclusive item. But you can do Dumbo skip there after Riku 1, and you'll actually be able to completely skip going through the emblem door, and you'll just be able to continue climbing up Hollow Bastion. However, when you do that, no enemies spawn for the rest of Hollow Bastion, and when you get to Maleficent, it plays the Emblem Door cutscene instead, and places you back down Hollow Bastion in front of the Emblem Door as if you had opened it even though it's closed. In later versions, basically KH1 English onward, the switch to take you up Hollow Bastion isn't even active, so you can't skip Emblem Door to begin with. But unfortunately, we still cannot sequence break this game because it handles cutscenes in such a way that it always plays the cutscenes in a sequential order as opposed to by location. So, unfortunately, we cannot skip the Emblem Door, we can't skip the cutscene there, we can't really skip anything. Which is unfortunate because it'd be really cool if we could, but they actually designed this game very well from that regard. Oblivion is very powerful, yes. We actually used to get it, however, we eventually routed out Oblivion and we go with Oathkeeper for the duration of the game once we get it. So, Oblivion is no longer used. It was pretty cool when it was used, but it required a lot more menuing for very little benefit, so we just kind of said, forget about it. We don't need it as much. We can just go ahead and put in Oathkeeper and just roll with that. And yeah, Beast Howl is pretty top tier. I did forget to I forgot to comment on that when it happened, but yeah, that's one of the best parts as well. So yeah, like I said, this is going to be the epitome of mash R's the fight. So hope you're ready for that. Also, like I did say, because R's is on the very bottom of the command menu instead of being activated via triangle, we do actually have to time the mashes if we want to get the extra hits. So it is actually a bit of timing to use R's here. We can't just go out and, you know, spam the heck out of it like we can in 1.5, or we can just mash triangle the whole time. So here we go. R's the fight. I need to hit him like twice. Just R's again. So yeah, there you go. R's the fight. And yes, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, for people who weren't here, the only super boss in the Japanese version of KH1 for the PlayStation 2 was Phantom. Sephiroth, Kurt Ziza, and Ice Titan were added to the English version, and then Unknown was added to Final Mix along with all of those. So Final Mix was actually the first time that the Japanese community had the ability to fight Sephiroth and Ice Titan and other bosses, so why they weren't put in here to begin with, we don't really know. Kurt Ziza obviously wasn't put in because it was an American, contest that he was included for, but the other ones, there seems to be no real reason to, leave them out, so we don't quite know their reasoning for it, but they did it. Yes. Ars Arcanum and MP Gift is the most broken combination. It makes a lot of sense why they would go ahead and make Ars cost more in later releases, because it is just quite broken. So we're going to use fire here on all the torches. You have to hit these pots. A little hard to actually get locked onto them. Come on. That torch light? It did. Sometimes that torch doesn't like to light, so I had to... Ooh. Camera, I tell you. Oh, that one didn't light. Come on. Alright, pushing this statue is the hardest part of the run. See, Sora doesn't like to push it. Takes him a few tries. Please. It might have been an issue with the voice acting that caused Sephi to not be in the game. Like I said, I don't know off the top of my head what the reason is. That could very well be it. It sounds like it might be. Come on. So I'm gonna try to do some swag movement here to... come on. I have to do it. I have to do it. Whee! Oh, well. Alright, that didn't work too well. Never mind. Nobody look. Your eyes will hurt. So this is actually a chest that not a lot of people know about, but if you stand right here, you can actually grab on, flip up, and there's actually a chest right here with a power-up in it. And we're gonna go ahead and use both the power-ups that we have, the one from outside Merlin and that one that we just got. Oh, come on. changing that command menu is quite difficult sometimes. Yeah, the only reason to kill Sephiroth and Ice Titan in original KH is in order to complete the journal. However, there's no indication that you ever complete the journal, so a regular player would never know that unless they actually read through and saw the missing question mark pages. So,
心俺の心があいつより弱いっていうのか。
あの瞬間では。だが人は強くなれる。闇を恐れることなく扉の奥へ進んだお前には勇気がある。
in 1.5, that is an AP up. Like I said, they replaced all the power-ups with AP ups. But yeah, a lot of people never knew that that chest existed. I didn't even know about it for the longest time. Not until I started running the game and I saw somebody grab it did I actually realize that it's there. It's a hidden chest that not many people know about. No, Sephiroth never had a JP voice clip in Kingdom Hearts 1 because Final Mix used the English voices. So Lance Bass was in it still, which makes me believe that, yeah, they didn't have a JP actor for him. So we're gonna just go ahead and get over this guy. Hope he doesn't bop me. Thank you. And we're going to quickly grab a gummy piece over here, actually. It's gonna be a, Holy G. It's going to allow us to travel very fast. Hopefully the Wyvern didn't follow me. Oh, he did. Alright, that's fine. Let him come on over. He can come join the party. I'm gonna go ahead and just gravity him anyway, so... Oh, maybe not. There we go. Now I got a crappy high potion I gotta get rid of. I'm gonna go ahead and toss that. So now from here, we can just glide over to this switch. And we're gonna just manage to land right on the outside of it so we don't spawn any enemies. Alright, now the rest of Hollow Bastion is a lot of movement tech, including some really interesting skips with Dumbo. So actually, I'm gonna go ahead and prime Dumbo so that I can access him very quickly. And Dumbo, one of the first Dumbo skips will be coming up very soon after this elevator here. So keep on the lookout for it. It's gonna be interesting. It'll surprise a lot of people who probably didn't know that Dumbo could do this. And like I said, I'm not sure it was very intended for... What the heck? Come back here. Where are you going? I'm not sure it was intended for Dumbo to be able to do this, but... Alright. Fun fact, if you use R's, you can kill the wizards during their DMs. Some people don't know that. Now you all do. Try to get as much MP as I can. So yeah, Dumbo's primed and ready to go. So yeah, I don't know if this was intended for Dumbo to be able to do this, but well, you'll see. I have been a part of the KH speedrunning community since late 2013, so just over 3 years at this point. We do this to get 2 cottages and a mega elixir, all of which will be useful at various points for various strats. So I'm gonna get as much MP as I can have here. I'm gonna need that for Dumbo skip. Alright, so here we're gonna see the first case of Dumbo. We do 3 uses of Dumbo in the run in order to get some very nifty platforming, and it's pretty exciting, honestly. So we're gonna go ahead and access Dumbo right now. We're gonna roll over here and summon him. We're going to actually pause during the summon because pausing during the summon prevents enemies from moving while the summon loads. So the enemies are kind of frozen in place while the summon loads, which allows us to rise up here and dismiss Dumbo, grab onto the ledge, and flip right up. And now we've essentially skipped going all the way around and lowering the 2 columns. And we can just pretty much go straight to Maleficent from here. So, probably wasn't intended to use Dumbo like that, but hey. It's pretty nifty, I think. Now for the upcoming Maleficent fight, as you can probably guess, is R's the fight. So we're going to be using a lot of R's in this fight to kind of wreck Maleficent, hopefully, as long as she doesn't get away from us.
大した自信だ。おお。は、なんということだ。プリンセスは揃ったというのに。あの娘のせいか。心を失っていては、プリンセスの力も消えたままだな。
Yeah, Dumbo Skip was a very surprising find. A lot of people were really shocked that we could do that. So really quickly here, I'm actually going to go into Beast's items and use an ether that he has because he has a few of them and I need to restore some MP from Maleficent, so I'm just going to go ahead and use those, or use one of his, I should say. This is a very stressful part of the run. The next 3 fights are each difficult in their own way, so a little nerve-wracking to whenever you get to this part, but hopefully everything should go pretty good. As long as Maleficent doesn't fly away from us, we should just be able to R's her to death like the majority of fights in this game. So let's see what happens here. You just gotta basically get up onto the platform and target her right away. So we're gonna get up, target her, and then it's just basically go ahead and go with R's. I have no idea why she's freezing in place like this. I'm gonna try to act like it's normal. Okay, that was basically the fight of the gods. I don't really know how that could have gone any better. Probably the best fight I've ever had there. That was actually insane. Wow, is all I gotta say. That was a very good fight. Now we really have to do a quick menu and then go to Dragon Maleficent, which is very stressful because Stop is weak. So we're gonna roll over here real quick. We're going to give Sora Ray of Light. And we have to do some abilities here. Goofy gets the bottom 3, Donald gets the bottom 2, and Sora gets ability number 5. And restore. And now we go. Alright, this fight is really sketchy. This is going to be a shock for a lot of people that don't know this, but Dragon Maleficent is actually vulnerable to Stop. And you can actually stop her for pretty much the duration of the entire fight. Unfortunately, Stop does not last as long on KH-1J, so it is a bit harder to do this fight because she does move around a lot more, she gets off a lot more attacks. So, I'm gonna do my best here. This fight can be a little dangerous, so I might play it safe in a few places and get away from her if I need to like heal or something like that, or try to stay close to her, but you'll get to see at least a little bit of the Stop strat, so hopefully this one blows your guys, the minds of you all as well. Sorry if I like breathe heavy in the mic during this fight. Try to get off an early attack here. I got it. Alright, now it's basically Stop. Ah, she's a little too high. Try to get out of the way of the fire here. Heal just to be safe. I'm actually gonna toss a Mega Elixir here to get back some MP for myself and the party, so... Oh! Cured instead of stopped there. Not a problem. Alright, to wait for her to put her head back down. Kinda try to stay out of the fire here the best I can. At this point, though, I really kind of need to stay alive as opposed to stopping her, so I'm gonna try to use as many stops. One more hit. Okay, very good. Didn't die. That's why we pick up that Mega Elixir as well, so... Like I said, stop does not last as long in this version, so you have to really mash it out fast, but it's still a good fight with stop. M-Bakes. Yes, I can tell when I accidentally don't equip something because I recognize all of my equipment based on the first few characters in them. So, if I don't see the equipment that I'm supposed to, I know that something's not right. And we also have so few pieces of equipment, like accessories, that I can tell if something's wrong, so... Like, I know after this fight, I'm supposed to have Brave Warrior, White Fang, and Raven's Claw on. And I know what all of those look like, so... I'm going to do a quick equip, so we equip White Fang, and then, whoops, Ray of Light, Brave Warrior. For reference, if people want to know what I use to look at that, I know that White Fang's first character is kind of shaped like an M, and I know that Brave Warrior is shaped like the Greek symbol lambda. And that's how I recognize both of those. I know Ray of Light has 2 lines in it, so it's like a character, a straight line, a character, a straight line, and then another character. So I look for that as well when I need to equip Ray of Light. Those are kind of my visual cues for equipment. Yeah, Arrow's not worth using because it does reduce the damage a little bit, but at the cost of a lot of MP, and we want to use that MP for as many stops as we can. Also, this is probably a cutscene that I'm sure many of us saw like a dozen times. So, we have to watch it hopefully just once. This fight can be a little dangerous, but is not that bad. This is another fight again where you're going to see a lot of uses of Oblivion, and also you're going to see me loop Riku too. So, if you're used to every other version of KH1, when you loop Riku 2, you'll know that on the 4th hit, he'll do a spinning attack and laugh. You know, it's ha ha ha, and he'll do his spinning attack, and then you know, do the loop again 4 hits. In this game, he will actually, his auto counter is actually not his spin attack, but Dark Firaga. So, it makes the loop on him rather simple unless Sora whiffs a hit, because Dark Firaga is much easier to counter than spinning. So, there is a strat we can do with the Blitz ability to get off some extra damage with our finishers, but it's a little risky because it leaves you open to basically getting DM'd, where Riku will do his Dark Aura attack. So, I'll probably do the Blitz strat a few times just to show it off, but then I might switch into a kind of simpler strat that's a lot safer, that will hopefully prevent me from whiffing a hit. So, I'll show off the Blitz strat a little bit, and then I might dip into a safer strat if I feel like I want to, but we'll see. Maybe I want to go, you know, all out here. Might as well, right? This was the worst fight from a lot of people's childhoods because they saw this cutscene many more times than they wished they ever had to. So here we go. So this fight has a very particular opening to kind of maximize the damage. And I'll try to talk it through because it's not that difficult. So basically, we're gonna just kind of move towards him, then out of the way to basically get out this jump attack. Then it's gonna be 1, 1, R's. And then we're gonna do another hit, and then another R's. And then 1 more R's here. And then now he's in the loop. So there we can use Blitz as a finisher to get a lot of extra damage in. I'm gonna switch out of that though. Actually I won't because he's not even in his second phase because my first phase went so well. So I'm gonna go ahead and just continue to use Blitz here. Oh! We whiffed, that's okay. We can use ours to go ahead and finish him off here. Ah! Damn it! I just barely missed it, and uh-oh. Please don't die. Okay. So ideally, we wouldn't want to whiff that Blitz finisher. That's why doing Blitz is so risky, because Blitz can whiff like that. So we almost had a perfect fight there. Unfortunately, we got the DM because I whiffed the Blitz finisher, but nothing I can really do about that. It's a risky strat for a little bit of extra damage, but fight still went pretty good. It was basically a perfect fight up until that whiff. So I tried to finish him off with R's. I was just a little bit too under damaged, but still a good fight. I showed off Blitz strat, and you guys got to see the Dark Aura attack as well, so. I think I did about as good as I could have. Don't worry. I'm not gonna die. Well, it's easy to say that now, I've already beaten the fight, but I wasn't gonna die. All I would have had to do is just keep dodging his disc attack, so. But yeah, so ideally, you would never see the Dark Aura attack where he zips around and dives down, so. It's unfortunate I couldn't show off the DM skip, but I got to show off pretty much a nearly perfect fight up until Blitz whiffed, so. What that did show off, though, was a perfect example of why I don't like Blitz as much, because it can whiff like that, and can be a little rough. But in the meantime, raise your Bible thumps. Raise your Bible thumps. We salute you, Sora. And then, immediately after the cutscene, raise your Biz Alberts.
ようやく目覚めたか、最後のプリンセスよ。だが鍵穴が完成した以上、もう用はない。消えてもらうぞ。
Yeah, for people asking about all of the hearts, Only Kyrie's heart was inside Sora, the rest of the hearts were in the Keyblade. Yeah, and this very moment is also where the plot of the game pretty much turned to hot poop. So, enjoy that. Also, Donald's scream here is pretty amazing. Donald lets out a, yeah, he lets out that. Perfect time to use the emo Sonic. Also, I have no idea which direction this camera is going to be facing. The worst way? Actually, it wasn't that bad. Yes, raise your Alberts. I know at least Sonic's here. He's got a few of them he can post. And yeah, I will say that as great as Billy Zane was in KH as you know, English as Ansem, the Japanese voice actor for Ansem is also extremely good. Ansem had great voice acting in both versions of the game. Yeah. Playing as the Shadow was so sick for the first time. It was just like, yo, check me out. I am like freaking amazing. Also, camera pointing the exact wrong way. So we're gonna jump right down here into the cutscene. Yeah, alright guys, so unfortunately Sora has died. The run's over now. I got world record by well over 30 minutes. Looks like I got a 47-minute world record because, you know, Sora's dead now, so the run can't continue. So, thank you all for watching. It's been my pleasure. Although I don't know what this cutscene's doing. I thought the game ended here. Oh, never mind. Looks like I still gotta play. I guess Sora's not dead after all. And here comes Beast, who decided to finally show up and help again, I guess. I don't know. Don't even know where he's been this whole time. Sleeping, I guess. I don't know. Looking after Belle, maybe. But yeah, he decides that it's time to help again. And instead of help, he just kind of sends us on our way. Oh, yeah, thank you. All the congratulations for my great run. So, actually, here's another interesting 1J thing. Many people know this cutscene. In 1J, this cutscene is half text. I don't know why. So, you're used to Leon talking, and then there's more talking, but instead, right at this point, the cutscene's actually just going to end, and it's going to switch to text. I guess they didn't finish the voice acting for this part, so they just made it text instead, because I can't think of a reason why they would do that. Right here, it just switches to text instead. Leon doesn't finish talking, he just switches to text. So, I guess whatever contract Leon's voice actor was doing was, had expired, and he wasn't gonna budge, so they just kind of wrote him out, I guess. So, remember how early on in the run we did early Earthshine clip by the waterway? We actually have to go back into the waterway. So, in order to do that, we actually have to finally activate the Red Trinity. In order to do that, we have to do a despawn of the Heartless. So I'm going to do some very kind of precise movement to despawn the Heartless so that I can actually get... despawn the Heartless pretty quickly. So we're going to jump up here, we're just going to land on this little corner, and then we're just going to fly around. And then right about here, we're just going to... you can grab onto those. Today I learned. And then we're just going to roll. So never spawn to the Heartless, and... we can just go ahead and break that. Yeah, so yeah, like I said, the Actors Union or something decided it was break time, I guess. I don't know, but Leon didn't finish his lines, I guess. Precise movement, I say, as it's basically free. There's really nothing precise about that. In reality, you can just dodge roll the whole way and despawn the Heartless by dodge rolling into the corner, but yeah, a bunch of people, and Salad included, found out that you can just kind of glide halfway there and skip spawning them to begin with at all. And yeah, apparently you can grab that, I guess. I didn't know you could grab the little clotheslines there, whatever they are, so... So I will use this time, I guess, for a little bit more self-promotion, because why not? I've already done it, you know, what, half a dozen times this run. But in honor of this game's 15th anniversary, which is March 28th, I believe, the day that 1.5, 2.5 are coming out is actually the, I think the 27th or the 28th is the 15th anniversary of 1J. I will not be around that day, but in the following week, about a week after, so like the first weekend of April, first or second weekend of April, I will be doing a 100% run of the game, where I complete 100% of the game, which includes completing 100% of Jiminy's Journal, getting Ultima Weapon, getting every staff and shield for Donald, including Save the King, Save the Queen, as well as the rare Defender and Wizard drops. So... I will be doing that in the first couple weeks of April sometime in celebration of the 15th anniversary of the game. So a 100% run will be completed during that time. It will definitely be a long one, but I'm excited to kind of, you know, do that in honor of the anniversary of the game. Considering it's been, you know, so long now that it's been out. But yeah, so first couple weeks of April, look for it around that time. Like I said, unfortunately I will be away during the actual anniversary of it, so... yeah, I realize I said 100% twice in that sentence. 100% run where you complete the game to 100%. Words are hard, but everybody got the thing. Gummy missions, actually, no. There is no gummy mission completion in the PS2 versions of this game. Gummy missions were something that Final Mix added, so actually there are no gummy mission like little challenges to complete, so I will not be doing any gummy missions. I will just be doing everything else inside the game, basically. Since there is no 100% counter, we had to kind of make up our own rules for 100% to define what constitutes it. And gummy missions weren't in there simply because there's no way to track our completion of them. The estimate... oh, what the heck? I forgot that you have to talk to Sid there. The estimate on it is hopefully 10 to 12 hours. I honestly don't have any more solid estimations than that, but probably about 11 to 12 hours would be my guess. So real quick here, we're going to make another pit stop to look at Nice Rub. Nice Rub, we need to equip a better engine. So we're just gonna go ahead and get that. Oh, what the? What? Oh, I have to... Do I have to... Hold on a second. Just... I'm lost in the gummy menu. Why can't I get rid of that gummy piece? I want to get rid of that gummy piece. Can I not do this? Alright, well, you know, we're just gonna... I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why I can't equip my engine. You know what? That's probably not right. We're gonna want to turn that around here. Alright, so here we're seeing me lost in the gummy menu because I'm struggling here to equip an engine. And we're just gonna say forget about that, I guess. Because clearly I can't equip it for some reason, and I can't get rid of my other engine, so we're just gonna pretend like that never happened. We'll go a little bit slow, I guess. Don't really know why I couldn't equip that, but we'll just go ahead and not pay any attention to that, I guess. Now, I'm actually going to take a lot of damage here. I actually want to be very low on health, because you cannot quit out of gummy missions in this game. So I actually need to die in order to exit out of a gummy mission. And the reason why we do that is that actually once you reach a certain location on the gummy map, you can actually exit out and warp straight to Hollow Bastion without completing the entire route itself. So I'm gonna try to avoid all the little health orbs here and stay low on health. See if I can get to beeping health here. I don't want to get to beeping too soon, so I'm gonna have to kind of plow through some areas. So take a little bit of, you know, damage here and there, but not too much. Yep. Alright, hitboxes stopped me there, so. The gummy menu is the hardest part of this game, no doubt about it. I firmly believe that and stand by that. So take pity on my terrible gameplay there. I'm gonna try to avoid these things here. We don't want to get them because, like I said, we don't want to have... Oh god, oh god, oh god almighty, just don't die yet. I need to stay alive a bit longer. I need to get to the next gummy transition before I die. Alright, now we can die. Which is conveniently in one hit. There we go. So now we can warp directly to Hollow Bastion, because this game is interesting. Ta-da! So, a little side thing about that is, that actually, that early cancel out will only work if Traverse Town is your last location. Which means if you leave from any other world and try to quit out and access Hollow Bastion early, it will not work. Why it won't work, I honestly cannot tell you. It just won't work. You have to leave Traverse Town in order to be able to quit out early like that. It's something that I found casually playing it, and I'm pretty sure other people have encountered it as well, but... I'm gonna equip Oathkeeper real quick. Wait for this guy to come back down here. So yeah, now we begin the long climb back up Hollow Bastion. 2 more Dumbo skips along the way. So, get to see another couple of those. Turn around. First one being right here. So we need to trigger the Heartless, first of all. And then summon Dumbo. So right here, we're just gonna do what I did before, and it's gonna let me get directly over here to this guy. And hopefully the enemies will despawn and we can activate it. There we go. So make sure Dumbo's still hotkeyed there, because we're going to need him again very soon. There's going to be some enemies that spawn here. You can use R's on them, but because they're air soldiers, they're a little sketchy to try to hit, so we're going to just try to eliminate them the best that we can without the need for R's. That's a free ether. I want that free ether. So actually that free ether can actually be a little... My voice just cracked. That free ether can be a little useful in End of the World. It'll actually save a menu where I won't have to go into a menu and toss a Mega Elixir. I'll just be able to immediately ether instead. So, nifty. Alright, so you have to do one more Dumbo skip here. This one's definitely the hardest one, probably. There's a lot of really aggressive enemies around here, so... Let's go ahead and prime Dumbo. Get to the corner and summon. Took a little bit longer than I wanted to there, so hopefully nothing bops me, but we'll see. The wyverns what we gotta look out for the most. They're the dangerous friends. Alright, we're good. Right up there. Dodge the defender. Restore my MP a little bit, make sure Goofy also has full MP for his, you know, super great stuff. Jump over that defender so he doesn't, you know, smack me in the face. So, for those of you who want to, like, keep track, just for, like, an estimate of, what pace I'm on, world record, which is a 5:17, enters the final fights at about 5 hours exactly. So, I'm, quite a ways away off that, but, we're still definitely gonna beat estimate, though, so, and this has still been a pretty good run. I haven't taken it too seriously. I've mostly been concerned with showing you guys off as much of the game as I could, just because it is such an unknown title in the series that even if this is not, you know, an amazing run, it's been a pleasure to kind of show it off and teach you guys about all the intricacies and little twerks of the... Twerks? Yeah, twerks, there we go. Quirks is what I'm trying to say of the game itself, so... Hopefully we can finish strong here. Behemoth wants to behave. I got bopped there. I'm gonna heal just in case. Oh, come on, Behemoth. Stand right here, actually, and unleash some more R's on his head. Yeah, we can dodge roll out of that way of that a lightning attack if you have some good timing, so... Alright, we got him. Not bad at all. And it looks like the labor union break for the voice actors is over, as Leon is back to reciting a few lines. So, definitely, fortunately, that's pretty much almost all he says. He says a few lines here, so break must have ended just long enough for him to get in his final few lines.
もし会えなくなったとしても何もかも忘れるわけじゃないさ。
心がつながってたらまたいつか巡り会える。
Also, Goofy's dialogue here when he tells Sora to come close the keyhole is pretty stupid.
どういう意味だよ。
早く鍵穴を閉めて。
頼む。
Yeah, the original unskippable cutscene. Basically, that cutscene is for some reason still unskippable in the 1.5 version. We have no idea why they left that cutscene unskippable, as well as there's also the one where you get Divine Rose as well. There's a little cutscene before that that's unskippable, in addition to the opening cutscene, of course. So here we're actually going to put on the accessory we got from Behemoth called Omega Arts, which boosts our strength even more than it already is. We put it over Brave Warrior there. Sora also needs to get this ability, and then Goofy gets that one. And so now we head to the final world, end of the world. And we're hopefully going to finish strong. Gonna be a little slow because my gummy ship doesn't have, you know, Holy G on, but still don't know why I wasn't able to equip that. Maybe I just couldn't hit the right buttons. Hands might be a little cold or something. So, luckily this is not a terribly long gummy mission, so. Also, the princesses there gave us Firaga, which is the only Ga spell that we get in the run. All the other spells either stay at their base name or are at their, you know, Fira, Blizzara, things like that. Oh, crap. But, yeah, so Firaga is the only one we actually get the Ga version of. Every other one stays at a level or two lower. Also, yes, this is the last flight of Nice Rub. So, Nice Rub, you have served us well in our travels, but, see you later. Is that really the reason, Sonic? If it is, that's the first time I noticed that. I'll have to make a note of that, too. Not do that next time, so that I can actually equip that. So here's where we actually start to do an incredible amount of damage. You'll see it right off the bat against the Invisibles. Basically, one R's combo is enough to completely destroy the entire, like, Invisible. I mean, you can just rip an entire Invisible with one R's combo. It does 2 bars of health on them. It's incredibly powerful, so... Here we get to see just how OP Sora is, and this is honestly why this version is so much easier than English, is because of how much damage you do in post-game here. So actually, a little strat I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to try to cast Stop on these Invisibles, and then just unload gravities on them, and then combo them a bit. This should kill all of them, or not even close. 3 of them are 1 hit away. I'm gonna die if I get hit again. Well, clearly I should have done an R's there instead of just regular combos, but no DM'd on the Invisibles, so that's pretty good. I'm gonna quickly grab this chest right here. This is actually a power-up. So we're gonna go ahead and use that. That's a cottage. And now here we're actually going to see Angel Stars are going to kind of get destroyed pretty easy. Basically, 1 gravity, and then 1 full combo, and an Angel Star is dead. So again, just absolute destruction. You are an incredibly powerful right now. It's really something to see just how strong you are at this point in the run. So here we have our good friend Behemoth. This Behemoth is actually treated as a Heartless, so you can actually use gravity on him to do a ton of damage. Uh-oh. I need to deflect that thing, thank you. Alright, pretty smooth Behemoth fight. We're gonna prime Simba, actually. Because we're actually gonna need Simba here in the Olympus Coliseum portal. Coming up. Pretty good fight there. So actually we have a lot more differences coming up here. Believe it or not, there's still differences left to be had in this run. We're gonna first of all jump off the edge here and equip Ray of Light over White Fang while we're at it. For more MP primarily. We're gonna quickly restore ourselves. Come on. Okay. So now in every version of KH1, you actually have... The hell was that camera angle? Alright, you have to complete the portals here of the worlds whose keyholes you did not seal. So for us, that's Olympus Coliseum and Atlantica. So in Olympus Coliseum, we're going to use Simba, the first case of actually using Simba in this run, to kind of make this fight go a lot easier. So the first thing we're going to do is pretty much summon him right away. Get him out here, you know, pause to prevent enemies from moving. And now we're gonna do 5 single Proud Roars. to destroy the air soldiers, and then after that, it's just full charges to wipe out everything else. Hopefully the defender doesn't hit me here. The defender can hit me if he wants to be mean, but it doesn't look like he's going to, so we should be okay. Yeah, we'll be fine. The defender won't get anywhere near me. He'll get close, but he'll stay away. And from here on out, we pretty much can just wipe out the rest of the waves with Simba fully charged up. But you can also see how slow Simba charges. Again, that's a 1J thing. He just charges incredibly slow. And next thing I'm going to do is actually hotkey fire, because in this next portal is going to be Atlantica. Believe it or not, the best spell to use is fire. So we're going to use a lot of fire against these enemies, fire and gravity. And actually in this world, or in this portal, you don't actually have to defeat all of the enemies to continue. You only have to defeat the 3 sheltering zones and the 2 giant fish things whose names I can't remember. But once you defeat those 3 things, you can pretty much leave. So it's the aqua tanks, that's what they are. So we're gonna immediately cast gravity, and then a bunch of fires, and we're gonna repeat the same thing on this guy. And the screen's gonna flash right here. That means that we're done. So even though there are enemies still spawned, we can just leave, which they changed later on. In every other version, you actually have to defeat every enemy. So again, 1J oddities, you don't actually have to kill everything. We can use Simba for Final Rest, actually. So Simba will be making a return for Final Rest. He's not that bad. He's bad, but we can definitely still use him there. Just gonna restore my MP really quick. Aqua Tank, yeah, I think I might have said that. If I remembered, but yeah, that's what it is. So here, the strat is gravity and R's. Just gravity everything we can. And then R's everything we can. And that should be everything. Yep. And a hotkey arrow there, because we're gonna need arrow for Chernobog. Remember what I said about enemies having Rock Titan health? Yeah, Chernobog has Rock Titan health. So prepare yourself for a long fight, because this one takes a while. Chernobog is a monster in this version. Very unpleasant. Very unpleasant how strong he is, so he's a very meaty boss, so to speak. We're gonna equip arrow to reduce some of the damage, and then we're just gonna do 3-hit combos. We don't want to do a finisher because it just takes a little bit too long. He's gonna do his firewall here. We're gonna get out of the way. And it blows us away. So, as you can see, his HP is not even close to going down. There we go. Unfortunately, he also doesn't have a hitbox behind his head, so we have to hit him from the front. When he does that, restore our spells, basically, and then we can just immediately kind of go back in for some more damage here. I'm actually going to heal Goofy because I want MP gift. And as you can see, the fight is still going on. Oh, Jesus. Not watching my health there. A little risky to do that. One more hit. Alright. We got him. Not bad. Not bad at all. So yeah, that's a long fight. From here, though, it should be about 4 to 6 minutes for final rest. And then about 17 to 20 minutes for... Excuse me, 17 to 18 minutes for final fight. So... Should be a sub 5:30, excuse me. So we're gonna go ahead and, for some reason, you're walking in this little cave too. That's a 1J thing. Need to, you know. Oh my god. Trying to equip Super Glide. Very difficult, apparently. I'm gonna dodge roll here so I don't jump back up the portal before super gliding. So now again, we've got one more behemoth fight here. Again, a mixture of gravity and ours just kind of wrecks this guy. Ugh! He's almost dead. I just gotta get back up on top of him. Alright. We're gonna make sure Simba's hotkeyed again. And then in this menu, we are really quick going to configure fire on square and then use a cottage. And Simba's hotkeyed. Now for the hardest thing. We need to defeat 2 waves of Heartless, then we need to summon Simba and use him to destroy the rest. So, it's a very stressful part of the run, just given how difficult this can be. So I'm going to try to focus here, and hopefully it's, you know, kind of self-explanatory what I'm doing. Fire kind of wrecks these guys, so... Was that a DM? I hope I did this right. I hope none of them DM'd. A little scared, actually. We're good. Alright. Now we should... Alright, so that's 1 wave down. 2 waves down. 3 waves down. So this wave we have to stun early, otherwise they will hit us. So we're actually going to release it early there to stun. And then we're going to finish off the rest of the waves. Just like that, we have done Final Rest. Just about as perfect as you could possibly get. Wow. That was actually very good for this. That was actually incredible. I don't know if that could have gone more perfect, so... I have one last menu to do here. Sora's gonna get both elixirs, and then all 4 mega elixirs. Next, he's going to lose Ray of Light and get White Fang, and our good pal Goofy is going to get Ray of Light. And then Sora is going to get the bottom 2 abilities. And then we're going to head into the final fights here. So, like I said, it's about 17 to 18 minutes from this point, so I should be looking at about a 5:27 run, which is very good for a marathon. So, alright. From here on out, I don't even need my notes. I can close them on up because got no more menus. And now we cannot click that button. Alright, I guess we're not super gliding there, that's fine.
この世界はつながった。
なんだ？
闇とつながった世界。
But yeah, from here on out, it's pretty straightforward. Final fights really aren't anything special. Aside from Ansem 2 having a crap load of health, there's really not that many differences, basically. The strats are relatively the same, everything just has a bit more health. But we do monster damage. Basically, wait until I get to artillery. You'll see the amount of damage that I do to artillery. It exceeds beginner, I'm pretty sure. So, like I said, you are just incredibly powerful at this point in the game, and from here on out, it's a boss rush, obviously, and it's basically just go. Ours is your friend, and then that's it. Basically, ours everything. Oh, you have to use the cottage after Ansem 1. Did I say there's no more menus? I don't consider that a menu just because it's so quick, but yeah, there is one more menu. I do have to use a cottage after Ansem 1 to restore my health and HP, so. Also, Casa, if you are here, after this run finishes, assuming it finishes about, you know, what I'm thinking, 13 to 15 minutes ahead of schedule here, do I have, like, maybe 3 to 5 extra minutes to show off Japanese Pooh Bear, since Japanese Pooh Bear is arguably the greatest voice acting in this game? So if that's okay with you, and I know BB's up next, so if you guys don't mind an extra 3 to 5 minutes for me to show that off, if we have time for it, I would like to do that. If not, obviously don't worry about it.
あらゆる心は闇に変えるべきなのだよ。そう、心の真の姿とは闇だ。
闇じゃない。心は弱いかもしれない。闇に負ける時だってある。でも闇の奥には光があるんだ。
I have time to show off Pooh Bear? Awesome. So this fight really kind of sucks. Basically, we just need to hope that he doesn't screw us over with moving. The terrain in this fight is terrible. Absolutely awful. Alright, good. Force him into this corner is what I wanted to do with that R's. So again, you can just see the amount of HP that he has right now. I mean, not even coming close to damaging him. Get away from the submit. Oh, got submitted anyway. Heal real quick, and then just basically gotta R's him now. If Goofy would give me some MP though, that would be really helpful. Don't want to be dying here, so play a little safe. Oh! Ugh, Ansem, come back here. Come down here. Can't really do anything while he's up in there. There we go. Now he's coming down. And back into your corner. Cheater discs! Alright, he got Goofy, so this should be a pretty quick finish here. Awesome. Decent fight. And yes, Oathkeeper is faster. Your damage is actually scaled in endgame, so it doesn't actually do any additional damage to have Oblivion on over Oathkeeper. So we use Oathkeeper for the little bit of extra MP that it has, and even if it does do a little bit less damage, it's really not that that bad. It's definitely comparable to Oblivion. But yeah. Ars strats, the way to go. So real quick here, we're gonna wait for this to load, and then we're gonna go ahead and use our last cottage to fully restore ourselves. And we enter probably one of the harder fights. Ansem 2 is definitely a difficult fight. It is a little tricky, but we have to get through Darkside 3 first, but he's a pushover. So Ansem 2 is where it gets a little hard. As far as I know, I don't know if you can one-cycle this guy. I think he just has too much HP. So I'm just gonna play it safe and do that. And again, we'll wait for him to just kind of bring his hand down here. He'll die pretty quickly here once we get another Rs off. Just gonna do, you know, a few more combos here, and this Rs should be enough. Oh. Alright, we're gonna toss an elixir really quick to get my HP and MP back. Then we're gonna prime arrow. So here we go. Difficult fight, like I said, 1 DM is perfectly possible because of his HP. Again, look at the amount of HP that he has. We're gonna hop over that attack and immediately start up with the fight here. Oh! Got submitted here. This probably means I'm going to have to use an extra elixir, but that is actually okay. So right now, this is his DM HP barrier. He is in his DM phase as of right now. Yeah, there we go. Expected. Should I do the swag strats? No. I'm a little too scared right now. I was gonna deflect all of them with, you know, guard, but I'm not doing that. Not about that life. So if we can get 1 DM here, that's pretty good. 1 DM is pretty good to get. Uh-oh. This I don't really like. And that's that. Pretty solid. So this is the last really big cutscene of the game here.
なんだ
見よ、無限に広がる闇よ。あの闇こそが世界の心、キングダムハーツなのだ。どうだ、ひとかけらの光も見えまい。すべての心はあの暗闇から生まれた。
Deflecting the DM with an aerial hit. Yeah, that's the swag there. Not about that life. It's almost impossible to cure during that DM if you get hit. It's very difficult to get off a cure, so if I had gotten hit, I would have been in a pretty easy like death area, so didn't really want to pull that off. However, you better watch this damage coming up here. This damage is gonna be beastly, I have to say.
どうしたソラ、もう終わりか。だらしないな。
Should I go for the cutscene skip? I've never pulled it off on this version. If I ever did, I would probably just like have to pause the game to just realize like what I did. So we're gonna quickly cast arrow here because this guy does pack a punch, and from here we just basically go hard. Again, he's got a lot of HP, so we just need to start chipping away at it the best that we can. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! I fucked up! I fucked up! I can't... That's fire. Oh my god. There we go. I also cursed, but I'm sorry. I tried. I tried, guys. I tried for the cutscene skip. I'm sorry, Casa, for the language slip. I also used about like 3 mega elixirs in there. Oh man. That's fine. It wouldn't be a marathon run if I didn't try. Where am I? I'm stuck! I'm gonna die! I'm stuck! Where am I? What's going on? Oh my god, I'm so stuck! Can we rise? Thank you. Goofy, I need you to be my MP because I screwed up and used like 12 mega elixirs. Just gonna start tossing items here because these are mega ethers that I can pick up. This is how we end my run. Everything is just going wrong. Oh man. What did I do? I had some fun, is all. Alright. Still doing good here. I mean, this is still going to be a good run. It just had to end with, you know, I tried something really risky and it didn't work. And I really can only blame myself for it, but hey, you know, it's always worth a shot, right? Ah, 1 DM. Let me just use up all these excess items I got here. Also, look at that damage again, by the way. I have 2 elixirs and then a mega elixir. I got a lot of elixir drops from there, so... So how about the end of this run, huh? Also, look out! What the heck did I get hit by? Alright, fine. I know swear run. I'm sorry, guys. It slipped out when I saw the white screen. I knew I was having a problem. This should still be like a 528, 529, so. And then I will be turning off the stream, like, or not the stream. I will be resetting like instantly to show off JP Poo real quick. If I could just hit him. $5.29 on the dot. Not bad for everything that happened this run. Not bad. Okay, so like I promised, I will show off JP Poo real quick. I'm just gonna do a quick reset here. And we're gonna end with some laughs, as if that wasn't already laughs enough. I need to find this save. So real quick now, we are going to quick trip to Merlin's. I'm gonna take the scenic route. Yeah, thank you guys for all the congrats. Appreciate that. I definitely had fun doing that run. That was a very exciting run there, especially towards the end. Really had a great time doing that for you guys, and like I said, we're not done just yet. Real quick here, we're gonna show this off. I need to get to the book here. So I just want you guys to listen to Pooh here. I'm not gonna talk. I'll let him do all the talking, so to speak. Pooh will handle the talking for me. No, that is not a new PB. So, here we go. Oh, it gets better.
頭でも痛いのか？
違うよ。考えてるんだ。
何を？
挨拶。プーとお別れする時の挨拶。
プー？
なーに？
なんだ、プーって自分のことか。
僕がプーで、プーが僕。君は誰？
俺は空。
こんにちは、空。
こんにちは、空。
別れを言いに来たの？
違うよ。会ったばかりじゃないか。なんでお別れなんか。
みんないなくなっちゃったから。
いなくなった？
この森にみんなで暮らしてたんだ。僕たち一緒に散歩したり、お話ししたり、何もしなかったりした。それから毎日蜂蜜を食べて、あ、そうだ。今日はまだ蜂蜜を食べてないな。でも、もう誰もいないんだ。大好きな友達も、大好きな蜂蜜の木も。僕がお昼寝していたら、みんなどこかへ行っちゃった。だからね、プーももうすぐどこかへ行っちゃうんじゃないかな。その時は。
And there you have the greatest bit of voice acting ever done in a Kingdom Hearts Japanese game.